evergreen air. The sun glistened on the snow, the fir trees sighed in a faint wind, and the eastward plains were etched crisply against the blue sky. Beautiful, but the trip had been a bust. There was no way victim number 9 would have been able to navigate those canyons or get up Lagardo Peak. It was now quite evident O'Connell hadn't come into Kirtland at all. He must have disappeared somewhere in the mountains south of the fence. Corrie leaned forward to speak with Abacassis. "One other thing. Did you hear about the guy who got murdered down in Socorro a couple of days ago?" The vice commander furrowed her brow. "It's not ringing a bell." "There was a guy killed execution style, and the papers said he was a longtime civilian employee of Kirtland." "What was his name?" "Benjamin Cheap." "Cheap?" She shook her head. "Sorry, don't know him. Did I mention we have 23,000 employees?" She paused and frowned. "Is there some significance or connection I should be aware of?" "No," said Corrie. "I was just wondering." She glanced at Sharp, saw a disapproving look in his eyes. "That particular homicide is not an FBI case," Sharp said, as if reciting her thoughts verbatim. "It's a matter for the local sheriff and state police." There was a brief, awkward silence. "What now, Agent Swanson?" Abacassis asked. "We can drive northward along the fence, or go back." "We can head back," Corrie said. "Thanks so much for your time. I've seen all that I needed." 35. Driving south on I-40, Corrie almost didn't answer the call coming from a blocked number. But it was her FBI phone, so she picked it up. "Special Agent Swanson?" came a smooth female voice. "Speaking. I have Dr. DiGregorio on the line, calling from Indonesia." Corrie hadn't expected to hear back so quickly, or even at all, from the philanthropist. But in a moment, another voice came on, clear and high-pitched. "Agent Swanson, this is Alex DiGregorio, returning your call." Since she was driving, Corrie couldn't take notes. But she didn't want to call him back. She might not get him again. "Thank you, sir. I'm an agent working on the Dead Mountain case, which I assume you're familiar with." "Unfortunately, yes. I was good friends with some of the victims. Since we've reopened the case, I was wondering if I could ask a few questions." "No? Over the phone?" "It's voluntary, and naturally, if you'd feel more comfortable with an attorney present—" "No need for that," DiGregorio said. "I'm happy to assist any way I can. But how can I possibly be of help?" "We recovered a knife with the initials MHT on it at a place where several victims were found. We've connected it to Matthew H. Tanner, your former roommate at NMIT. He said what you just confirmed, that you were close to some of the victims." "Very much so. Especially Rodney O'Connell, the one still missing. He was about the best friend I ever had. If I may ask, any leads on finding his remains?" "Not yet. We're actively looking." "It really affected me at the time. I had to take a term off from my studies." Corrie moved into the slow lane so she could concentrate better. Dr. Tanner wasn't able to say how his knife ended up with one of the victims. He didn't recall loaning or giving it to anyone. "Do you have any recollection of that matter?" A brief silence. "No. In fact, I don't recall Matt having a knife at all, although I'm sure he must have. He was an avid outdoorsman." The 9 hikers appeared to be heading northward in the Manzanos, possibly toward a refuge of some kind. "Do you have any idea what that might have been?" Another pause. Sorry, none at all. Corrie decided to change tacks. What was Rodney like? Was he an experienced mountaineer? Very experienced. Adventurous, fit, ran every day. And the others? Did you know them all? I knew most of them, more or less. We were grad students together in the engineering department. It was pretty small, at least back then. He laughed a little ruefully. What was the group studying? Just about any flavor of engineering we could find. Computers, civil, nuclear, aerospace, that sort of thing. Nuclear? Corrie felt a sudden twinge. That was Rod's area. In what way? He had the hope of working up at LANL, Los Alamos, after graduation. So he was going to be a nuclear bomb designer? No, at least that wasn't his intention. Things can change once you get your doctorate. But he was mostly interested in re-entry systems, ballistic missile design, not actual warheads. This would definitely be worth looking into further, Corrie thought. Did you know about the hiking trip before they left? Oh, sure. They talked about it non-stop. Were you invited? No, I enjoyed climbing mountains as much as any of the others, but I had no winter experience. No winter experience. A picture came unbidden into Corrie's mind of the slope-shouldered body that went with the high-pitched voice. It hadn't stopped him from making a fortune before he turned 40. It occurred to her that she was running out of questions. You knew the victims. Do you have any idea what might have happened? I must have mulled that over 1,000,000 times. Every theory I come up with always has at least one hole in it, usually several. I'm certain something terrified them, but I have no idea what or how. And the business with the radiation contamination is really nuts. Thank you for your time, Dr. DiGregorio. Before we hang up, is there anything more you'd like to tell me, or that you think I should know? I can't think of anything, but if I do, I'll call. He paused. I really hope you can solve the case this time around. I mean, I'm not a relative, just a friend. But it's been a real burden on me nonetheless. Not knowing, I mean. Thanks again. Corrie hung up just as she was leaving the freeway for the exit ramp to Socorro. She arrived at Martha's Black Dog Cafe early and decided to drive around the block a couple of times so she wouldn't look too eager. As usual, she felt a little nervous whenever it came to Homer Watts, and this morning it mingled with a deep sense of unease and discouragement about the case. 11 days had passed, and they'd made no real progress. Over the past few days, Sharp had seemed more quiet and sleepy than usual, which seemed to her a warning sign. When she parked and went inside the cafe, she saw Sheriff Watts already seated in the back, cowboy hat on the table, coffee mug next to it. He rose as she came over, stooping to shake her hand with the usual bashful air, his deep brown eyes crinkling with a smile. They both sat down. Got here early, he said. Already ordered coffee. Sorry. No worries. The waitress arrived and filled a mug for Corrie. She dumped in 3 sugars and a heavy pour of half and half, stirred, and took a big gulp. So, she said, what have you got? Good stuff, said Watts, with a grin displaying his white teeth. Starting with this guy, Cheap. Lay it on me. She leaned forward, and Watts did too. She could smell his aftershave. Cheap was a civilian employee of Kirtland pretty much all his life, in the maintenance department. He started as a janitor, although even to do that, he would have needed a security clearance. Ended up a supervisor. Totally unremarkable career. One minor commendation on his record, not much advancement. Retired at 55. Lived a dull, quiet life since.
Commendation? What did he do?
Didn't say. Maybe he shined some pilot's shoes extra well. Have to dig out the letter, I guess.
Who might have killed him?
Watts shook his head. The hit appears to be professional. Single shot to the back of the neck with a .22 no less. Silencer used. No fingerprints or other evidence. You know how everyone now has video camera doorbells looking out onto the street? The state police collected lots of it. Nothing. The killer avoided all that. We're not sure how, but it shows a level of sophistication beyond the ordinary.
Strange, Corrie said.
But there's a twist. Cheap had recently put a down payment on and taken delivery of a $100,000 Tesla.
Really?
Yes, in cash.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
His bank statements?
Nothing out of the ordinary. He was a frugal guy. Divorced. 2 kids grown up and gone. Bank accounts showing no unusual expenses or deposits. No record of money flowing through it to buy the Tesla.
How much was the Tesla deposit? Corrie asked as their breakfasts arrived. Eggs, bacon, and toast for him, omelet for her.
10 grand. Cheap had no money in the bank to pay the rest of the 90,000 when the car was delivered. So we think he had at least 100 grand in cash stowed away somewhere.
Was he robbed? Watts gave her a slow smile.
At first, we thought the house was tossed as a cover, because a lot of valuable stuff was left behind. But this Tesla thing leads us to think the cash was taken, because it's not there now.
Any idea where the cash came from?
We're looking. Cheap's life looks dirt-free. No drugs, debts, gambling, women, family conflicts, disputes. No speeding or parking tickets, even.
So maybe it wasn't an execution-style killing. Maybe it was just a robbery and murder.
Maybe. But where did the cash come from? And how did the thieves know he had it? That's what we're working on now.
Corrie fell silent, feeling vaguely disappointed. This was seeming less and less connected to Kirtland or the Dead Mountain case. It felt like Sharp had been right after all. The murder of Cheap was not an FBI matter. Thanks for sharing this with me, Corrie said.
I've got more. I did a little poking around on the Dead Mountain families, said Watts. Did you know that the missing victim's father, Harry O'Connell, also worked at Kirtland?
How did I miss that? What kind of work did he do?
I don't know. I was going through some old Albuquerque Journal articles about Dead Mountain, and there it was, Harry O'Connell, the father of one of the missing, Lieutenant Colonel, retired, Kirtland AFB.
Too bad he's deceased, said Corrie. His widow is a piece of work. Melody Ann, the stepmother who never met her stepson. She'll never talk to me, unfortunately. Thinks we're engaged in a cover-up.
The one raising hell about the investigation? I saw her on the news.
Don't I know it? She disrupted the press conference the other day with demands for the truth. She's gone down the rabbit hole big time. She paused. I'm surprised we didn't already know about the missing victim's dad being in the military.
It's probably written on some tiny note, buried in 15-year-old paperwork.
Just another fact Gold had probably turned up, but that hadn't led anywhere. Even so, it makes me curious. I'll see what I can find on my end, but would you mind looking into the O'Connell family from a local angle?
Sure.
Thanks. I owe you one, Homer. I really do. If you say so. He leaned back with a smile and waved over the check. You remember the Bosque del Apache, where we watched the sunrise over the river a while ago? That grove of cottonwood trees along the river? Corrie nodded. Let's get fresh coffees and go back down there and hang out. It's Saturday. We're both off work. What do you think? And do what? Watch the river flow? Corrie suddenly found herself coloring, embarrassed by the dumb, unintended implication. We'll think of something. His face still held a wry, dimpled smile. Now her heart was pounding. God, what was wrong with her? She swallowed. Okay. 36. Skip pulled into the parking lot of Galena's Peak, letting the dust settle as he sourly eyed the flickering neon sign of a nubile Indian woman peering coquettishly out from a wigwam. This pun on nearby Galena's Peak wasn't any more promising than the establishment itself appeared to be. But he'd already stopped at half a dozen roadhouses that afternoon. One more wouldn't hurt. He'd gotten a late start on the day, although not that late, considering he'd been up half the night scouring the internet for dirt on Sheriff Hawley. But he'd headed out with enthusiasm. Hawley, he believed, was enough of a natural douchebag that Skip's own experience couldn't be unique. There had to be others out there he'd mistreated, who hated the sheriff's guts. And among this august group, one or maybe several would know some scuttlebutt Hawley wouldn't want made public. In a day or two of searching, he hoped to gather enough shit on Hawley to build a cowpie colossus bigger than Rhodes. And when Lightfeather dumped the damning evidence before Hawley, he'd drop the case so fast Skip could almost feel those fat lips kissing his aggrieved ass. Except it turned out not to be that easy. He'd first tried a couple of country clubs and fraternal organizations, posing as a journalist writing a history of Torrance County. He figured coming in with a neutral approach on Hawley, the man, would be the best way to smoke out anyone willing to talk trash about him. But it hadn't gone as expected. He'd heard through Nora that the county was Hawley's personal fiefdom. And from the way the retired golfers and community big shots sang his praises, it was clear Hawley had spread his crooked largesse far and wide. Skip would have to sink his muckrake into a lower stratum of citizenry. So he'd tried the barber shops and diners in and around McIntosh, Estancia, and Encino. People in these establishments didn't speak of Hawley in quite such worshipful tones. No longer was he an incarnation of the risen Lord, but there was also a deep wariness, even fear, and Skip couldn't find anybody interested in dishing dirt. It was at last in bars and roadhouses that Skip began to sense he might have better luck. The farther south he went, it seemed, the more Hawley's influence waned. He now jettisoned the journalism story for the injustice of a wronged man. Hawley had boned his sister while her boyfriend was doing a tour of duty overseas. He'd kept it on the down low, not making a big deal about his grudge, but letting it eventually bubble to the surface as he bought drinks for those around him at the bar. He was encouraged by a few knowing scowls and sympathetic grunts. He'd heard some interesting tidbits, but nobody was willing to get specific beyond vague declarations that Hawley was a shitbag. Galena's Peak, though, felt like a place where he might hit pay dirt. One old geezer had rolled his eyes at the mention of Hawley, and Skip's Roi de Seigneur story about the sheriff and his sister, God help him if Nora ever got wind of that, was received with a chorus of groans. So old One Bally still has it in him, the fat, balding bartender cackled as he pulled a pint of Michelob Ultra for a customer. One Bally? Skip recalled hearing this nickname being mentioned at the Isleta burial ceremony. What's that mean? The bartender laughed again. You didn't know? Holly's the biggest, baddest pistolero in all New Mexico. Broke up a bank stick-up and got into a gunfight with the robber. Shot him, too, even though he got winged himself.
He slid the pint down the bar.
Oh, he's real proud of that. Took a bullet in the line of duty. Just don't ask him where he got winged,
said somebody nearby.
Unless you want to spend a night in the drunk tank.
There was general laughter.
Another inch or two to the left, the bartender said, and that shot would have killed him. Depending on how tight his pants were that day,
said the other, to more laughter. Skip began to get the idea.
Where was he shot exactly? Jesus, kid, is it that hard to figure out?
The barman replied, pointing downward with one finger from his belt buckle.
So Holly got shot in the balls?
Skip laughed uproariously.
Oh, God, I love it.
Suddenly, a huge form rose from one of the tables in the recesses of the roadhouse. He had a buzz cut and was wearing a leather jacket. He loomed over Skip, who was leaning back on his stool, laughing.
Shut the fuck up,
he said to Skip and the bartender.
Both of you. I'll say whatever I damn please in my own establishment, the bartender retorted.
Skip, meanwhile, was so delighted to learn his nemesis had an Achilles heel that he couldn't keep quiet.
One bally Holly, he chortled. Ha 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 ha!
His laugh was cut short as a fistful of knuckles bounced off his teeth. As he went down, the biker leaned over him and, grabbing the bartender by the collar, hauled him up with one hand and punched him in the face with the other. Another patron leapt on top of the big man, and others rushed to join in. Skip, lying on the floor half-dazed, started crawling away from the fracas, dimly hearing the sounds of thuds and broken glass. He'd almost reached the door when someone yelled,
"There goes the guy who started it!"
Skip rose to his feet and prepared to run, only to be clocked upside the head. The next thing he knew, he was lying on the floor. All was quiet, and two deputies stood in the entryway. Several men, some bleeding, were standing in a line before the bar. Skip tried to rise, only to find that his wrists were cuffed behind him.
"What the hell?"
he said, blinking his eyes into focus.
"Hey,"
said one of the deputies.
"Sleeping Beauty's awake."
A chorus of laughter followed. Skip noticed he was the only one wearing handcuffs.
"Wait a minute. I didn't start the fight. I didn't even throw a punch. Take these things off me." "This has nothing to do with a bar fight,"
said the other deputy, who was busy writing something on a notepad.
"What then?" "Violation of conditions of release,"
the deputy replied. He spoke in the slowest drawl Skip had ever heard. He was chewing gum, and perhaps that, combined with writing and speaking, was proving difficult.
"That's crazy,"
Skip said, struggling against the cuffs.
"I didn't violate anything. This is New Mexico." "That's right," said the first deputy, "but it ain't your home county. Bail regulations state you can't leave Santa Fe County. But here you are, hell and gone at the ass end of Torrance. But don't worry, Sheriff Hawley is on his way right now, and I bet he'll take good care of a little lost lamb like you."
The man laughed, but this time only the other deputy joined in. 37.
"I'm looking at the photographs now,"
said Evan Gross, his face looming in the Zoom window on Corrie's computer. Corrie could see the avalanche expert seated at his desk in his sunny Colorado office, with a view of snowy peaks through the window behind him. Once Sharp had given her the green light to talk to an avalanche expert, she thought it might be difficult to find someone truly knowledgeable in such a field. It turned out to be surprisingly easy.
The University of Colorado had arguably the finest experts on avalanches in the world, and Dr. Gross headed the list. He'd been willing to talk to her, in fact, happy to do so. It seemed that, unlike politicians, scientists were eager to talk about the nuances of their work. Via the Zoom window on her computer, Corrie could see that the photographs she had emailed him were spread out on his desk, along with the autopsies of the two crushed victims, Lynn Martinez and Luke Hightower. Gross was surprisingly young, with a long ponytail and beard, looking more like a ski bum than a PhD scientist. Perhaps he had been a ski bum, one who'd managed to turn his avocation into a successful career. "It's really very interesting," he said, moving the photos around. "I haven't had a problem quite this intriguing in a long time." "Dr. Gross, may I record this call?" "Of course. Could you please state your name and credentials for the record?" "Sure. I'm Evan Gross, and I have a PhD in geosciences from the University of Colorado, where I'm now a research professor. My specialty is studying structure, transfer of mass, and movement of heat in snow." "Right," said Corrie. "And this means you're an expert in what areas?" "Among other things, avalanche forecasting. Avalanches are all about snow structure and mass transfer." "Thank you." Corrie felt a twinge of anticipation. The mystery of the two crushed bodies had tripped up Gold in the initial investigation and added fuel to the plethora of conspiracy theories about UFOs, Yeti attacks, secret weapons, and the rest. Gold had hired someone, too. Someone who concluded an avalanche wasn't possible on the slope where the two crushed victims were found. Whether or not that was the case, his investigation had not been able to determine what exactly had happened to the two victims. "Let's start with the autopsies you sent me," said Gross. "I'm not a medical doctor, but I have a lot of experience in avalanche fatalities and body recoveries. The first victim had a chest fracture so extreme, severe flail chest, that it caused fatal trauma to the heart. The second, in addition to chest trauma, suffered a skull fracture so drastic that it drove cranial splinters into the brain. Both injuries were immediately fatal." "Yet whatever happened to them didn't break the skin," Corrie said. "It's bizarre." "Not really. These injuries are not atypical for avalanche victims." "But there was no evidence of an avalanche." "Yes, you're quite correct. That's because there wasn't an avalanche. The slope is too shallow, and the area too close to the ridgeline. These pictures tell another story entirely, a tragic one." He began shuffling through the photographs he'd printed. "Here are the bodies as they were found by the searchers." He held up an image Corrie immediately recognized, showing the two bodies lying face down in the creek, crossways, one on top of the other. Hightower below, Martinez on top. "You can see they're lying in a shallow, rocky streambed, partly immersed in the water. Now, here's a photo of what remains of the apparent snow cave they were building. You can see the fresh boughs they had cut, which they'd laid out on the floor. In this photo, they're all churned up in the snow." The previous investigators did conclude they were building a snow cave. And they were right. The two victims burrowed into the snow on the lee side of a ridge. Unfortunately for them, they were tunneling into a cornice that was directly above a live stream. The snow was very deep in that area at the time, over 20 feet. "So early in the season? October 31st? "Absolutely. Those cornices can develop very quickly in high winds and reach depths of 50 or more feet. What they didn't realize was that the cave they were building sat right above the cavity formed by that stream. You see, that stream didn't freeze in the winter, and the deep, insulating snow above was one of the reasons. Since the stream was always a few degrees warmer than freezing, however, a cavity was formed directly above its length. He held up a few other photographs of the area, showing the ridge above and a depression formed by the stream. At some point, the bottom of the snow cave collapsed into the cavity. It threw the two tunnelers maybe 5 feet to the rocky bed of the stream, and the snow above them came down on top, crushing their bodies into the rocks and creating the massive injuries you see in the autopsy. Corrie hesitated. It's hard to believe a 5-foot fall would be enough to crush those bodies. Normally it wouldn't be. What caused the injuries wasn't the fall, but the 15 feet of snow that came down on top of them. Here, let's do a little math. The snow they dug into wasn't normal snow. It was hard, wind-drifted, cross-loaded snow, which is 3 to 4 times denser than fresh-fallen snow. That kind of snow typically weighs between 600 and 1,000 pounds per cubic yard. Multiply that times 15 feet, or 5 cubic yards, and you get around 5,000 pounds of snow dropping on them from above and crushing them against the rocks of the creek bed. Trust me, that's going to cause a lot of damage.
Explanation complete, Gross sat back.
And that, Agent Swanson, is the solution to your mystery.
Corrie stared at him. How sure are you about this?
Close to 100% positive.
What about the missing tongue and eyes? At this, Gross shook his head and chuckled.
That's even less a mystery. They were lying face down in a stream. There are all kinds of little critters living in that stream. Caddisfly larvae, stonefly nymphs, mosquito larvae, crustaceans, minnows. All of them will nibble on animal protein whenever they can get it. The eyes and tongues of 2 dead people, immersed in water, decaying over months. What a feast that would be.
Corrie was disgusted and amazed. So it's as simple as that?
Are you disappointed?
He chuckled again.
People love a good mystery. I'm sorry to spoil it for everyone, but this mystery is thoroughly explained by the application of a little science.
Would you be willing to write this up in a report? We'll pay your usual fee, of course.
Absolutely. I'll write it up this afternoon and email it to you tomorrow.
Corrie thanked him, then ended the Zoom call. She wondered why Gold hadn't sought out a real avalanche expert like Gross. Of course, she almost hadn't either, until she realized it was a part of Gold's investigation that didn't quite add up. It was, she realized, not the only part of Gold's investigation that gave her an uneasy feeling. There was something about that investigation she couldn't put her finger on. But that just didn't feel right. 38. It was a cold November Sunday, even for Silver City, but Melody Ann O'Connell felt invigorated at the thought of the upcoming protest. Cosmo and Cassie Wright had driven down with her. At least a dozen other people had signed up for the protest on the Monzano family's Facebook page, which would make this their biggest protest yet. Even more satisfying was the fact that a local television station, KWOW, was planning to tape the demonstration and interview her for the local evening news. Agent Gold's street, Blue Jay Lane, lay at the outskirts of town. It was a cul-de-sac that ended in a circle. Gold's house, a mid-50s modern, stood directly at the end. The house was, as usual, shuttered up tight, all the curtains drawn, car pulled into the garage. The street would provide ample parking for everyone, as well as plenty of space to parade around in front of the house without trespassing on Gold's lawn. Melody Ann pulled her Lexus up to the curb and got out, Cassie and Cosmo following. She went around and opened the back, removing the signs she had made and leaning them up against the car, careful not to scratch the paint. She had taken care to make sure they didn't look amateurish. She'd painted on them the messages that, in her opinion, had resonated the most. Truth. Remember the 9. FBI come clean. She removed a small folding table from the trunk, then placed a Dunkin' Donuts tray on it, and beside it a box of Joe with a stack of cups. She checked her watch. 1:45. The others would be coming soon. In fact, they were already starting to arrive. A car pulled into the street, followed by another and another. Melody Ann could see some curtains stirring in other houses on the street, but the Gold house remained shut and silent. "Doesn't look like anyone's home," said Cassie Wright, selecting a blueberry donut and pouring out a cup of coffee. "Doesn't matter," said Melody Ann. "What matters is the publicity." Cosmo reached for a fritter and took a big bite, chasing it down with a swig of coffee. "I hope the bastard is in there," he mumbled as he chewed. Now still more cars were arriving, people getting out and congregating around the coffee and donuts. While this was going on, a man came out of the house next to Gold's and stood on the stoop, hands on his hips, angry expression on his face. He stared for a while. Melody Ann waved. The man did not wave back. Instead, he called out, "Don't you folks have something better to do on a Sunday?" "Ignore him," said Melody Ann. "Go bother someone else," the man yelled. "This is a nice neighborhood." But nobody responded, and eventually he went back inside, slamming the door. The swelling group milled around, and there was a sense of electricity in the air that to Melody Ann felt almost festive. At noon exactly, she raised her voice and, flanked by Cassie and Cosmo, called for attention. Silence fell. She looked around. She counted 21 people, even more than she'd hoped for. The news van would arrive at 1 p.m., and they planned to wrap it up at 2. "My friends," Melody Ann began, "the Manzano families thank you for coming out to support us on this cold afternoon. Thank you." She held up her hands and clapped, generating applause from the group. "I'd like to introduce Cosmo and Cassie Wright, the grieving parents of Gordon Wright, whose remains, as you all are now aware, were recently found in a cave in the Manzanos. 2 weeks ago, the FBI announced they were reopening the case, and yet since then, we've heard nothing. At first, we assumed this was just more foot-dragging and incompetence. But then we realized something else was going on. A dark pattern was beginning to repeat itself." She paused dramatically. "The entire Dead Mountain case has the feeling of one long cover-up from beginning to end. Why have we heard nothing? Because they refuse to tell us anything, and that's why we're here, to call out the FBI, demand the truth." She pointed dramatically at the house, then spoke again in a ringing voice. "Former FBI agent Robertson Gold directed the original investigation and cover-up. He knows the truth. All roads lead back to him. And after 15 long years, we demand answers." She paused. "In the past few weeks, the Manzano families have been gathering fresh information, new and frightening information. I can't promise we have the answers, but we have some leads. And we, the families, want to share what we know with you."
Another pause. The crowd was totally silent. For years, there have been rumors of a secret project, launched in parallel with the Manhattan Project. I'm talking, of course, about the Boston Project. Some of you have undoubtedly heard of it. The Boston Project centered on another kind of WMD, not nuclear weapons, but bioweapons. Specifically, what would today be called genetic engineering. The Manhattan Project was a success, of course, and led to the atomic bomb and victory over the Japanese. But the Boston Project, based at Kirtland, was not a success, not for a long time. While we are still assembling the details, we believe its goal was to create the perfect soldier. Early on, the Boston Project didn't have the necessary technology, and their crude experiments made little progress. But nevertheless, it continued along in secrecy, and finally reached fruition with the advanced biotechnology tools now available. But there were, shall we say, a few hiccups along the way. Melody Ann felt a rush of energy and excitement to see that the small crowd was riveted. I say hiccups. A more accurate word would be failures. Early on, they created freaks. Hideous, powerful, subhuman. And on the night of October 31, 2008, one of those genetic monsters escaped the base and wandered off into the storm. It opened the flap of the tent, triggering horror and panic, and in doing so, sparking a tragedy that led to 9 deaths. She looked around again, letting what she'd said settle in. You may ask me, where's the evidence? A fair question. So let's go over the facts. First, it's generally acknowledged, even by the government, that something blocked the tent doorway that was so terrifying, our children cut their way out and fled. A bear, mountain lion, another human being? Hardly. These were experienced mountaineers and wilderness goers. 2, in going over old newspaper articles, I've noted that people reported an unusual number of helicopters and planes flying around the mountains that very night. That very night, before anyone even knew the hikers were missing. What were they searching for, if not an escapee? 3, the radiation found on some of the clothing, which was intended to remain secret but, luckily for anyone who seeks the truth, managed to leak out. It's a well-known fact that medical isotopes are used in genetic engineering and identification of neurological problems. The crowd was hanging on every word. She wasn't sure if this theory was 100% correct, but if you wanted to motivate people, you had to use the same tools being used against you, even bending the truth a little if it meant giving them something concrete, something specific. Enough talk, she cried. Let's start the protest. She got out a couple of electronic megaphones, keeping one for herself and giving Cosmo the other. The signs were quickly distributed too, and she directed everyone to stay on the sidewalks and in the turnaround circle, moving in a counterclockwise direction. She began the chanting, and soon everyone was following along in unison as they made a slow circle in front of Gold's house, careful not to trespass on his lawn, staying on the sidewalk and street. This went on for 45 minutes, and then the real excitement began. Turning into the street was a big white van with a satellite dish on top. KWOW. It pulled up next to her car, and several technicians and a sound man got out, followed by the local investigative reporter, Liz Sanchez, an attractive woman in a crisp suit with a short, dark, serious haircut. Next to her was a man, gesturing and giving directions, evidently the news producer. Melody Ann peeled off from the group and came over to them. "Any sign of Gold?" asked Sanchez. "No, but he's in there, I'm sure," said Melody Ann. "He doesn't go anywhere." "Okay, we're going to set up over there," she said, as the sound technicians started miking up Melody Ann with a lavalier. Sanchez and the producer discussed where they were going to set up and shoot, and asked that the protesters continue circling and chanting in the near ground, with the Gold House in the middle distance. Soon they were ready. Melody Ann shook out her frosted tips as Sanchez stood next to her with the mic. "This is Liz Sanchez, here in Silver City with Melody Ann O'Connell, the mother of the final missing victim of the Dead Mountain tragedy. Melody Ann, can you tell us what's going on here?" "Yes, Liz, and thank you." She took a deep breath. "We're here to protest the FBI's flagrant cover-up of what really happened to the Manzano 9. "A cover-up? How so?" As Melody Ann began to launch into the spiel she'd practiced, there was a shout from behind her. The news producer was pointing at the house. "Hey, get that shot! He's coming out!" The news crew abandoned Melody Ann and rushed up the driveway, carrying their cameras and equipment, boom mics swinging. Gold had come out of the house, and he was yelling, "Get the hell out of here! Get the hell off my property!" "Agent Gold! Agent Gold!" Sanchez was calling out, her mic extended. "You crazy bastards! Get out of here!" Gold screeched, his face mottled red, eyes bulging, jacket askew. Melody Ann grew frightened. He looked totally unhinged, a man who could do anything. "Get out!" He rushed down the driveway. "Get out!" He reached behind and pulled something out of his waistband. "Gun!" someone screamed, and there was an instant chorus of shrieking as everyone fell to the ground all at once, cameras crashing down, mics flying, as Melody Ann threw herself onto the asphalt. The screaming continued as people scrambled to their feet and began running every which way, like hysterical geese scattered by a rampaging dog. But Melody Ann remained on the ground, heart pounding even though she had recovered her wits. The man hadn't fired at them, but just waved the gun over his head, and now he was standing there, looking at his hand holding the gun like it was some foreign thing. A camera operator had resumed filming from a low position, and the producer was shouting, "Get it on tape! Get it on tape!" This is unbelievable, Melody Ann thought. The station was getting footage of this FBI agent screaming and waving his gun around, as if her talk of a cover-up had forced his hand. The only thing left to make this absolutely perfect was for the guy to get arrested on camera. Arrested on camera. That would be all over the news. And she, Melody Ann, had made it possible. This meant vindication of all her hard work, all those years. Well, months at least, of struggle and doubt. Now the FBI would have to come clean. This would blow the Dead Mountain case wide open. She grabbed for her cell phone and dialed. 911, what's the nature of your emergency? Came the bored voice. 39. Corrie nosed the FBI pool vehicle into a free space on San Pedro Drive Northeast, then put it in park, turned off the engine, and sat a moment, looking out at the cracked asphalt, motels, and working-class apartments that lined both sides of the street. In the passenger seat, Watts stretched and yawned. "This is a novelty, being chauffeured around for a change," he said. "And it's a good thing you're armed. We're only—" He twisted around, looking through the rear window. "A mile and a half north of the war zone." Corrie smiled wryly at this reference to Albuquerque's International District, one of the city's poorest neighborhoods, and certainly its most violent. "Well, let's see how it goes.
Interviews are easy when you just need somebody to verify what you already know. Others, like when you don't exactly know what you want, can be tough. You've learned all that as an intern? I'm not an intern, said Corrie, giving him a playful punch in the arm. Another crack like that, and I'll use that cowboy hat for a frisbee. Watts was in a teasing mood. Corrie wondered if it was covering some lingering nervousness from their moment, she wasn't sure what else to call it, by the river the other day. What happened was unexpected. The Bosque dell'Apache had been beautiful, like an Albert Bierstadt miniature, and he'd nuzzled her under the cottonwood trees. She'd nuzzled back, and the next thing she knew, they were locked in a passionate kiss. One of them, she wasn't sure which, had pulled back a little in surprise. And an elderly couple strolling nearby prevented the Bierstadt landscape from morphing into Le Déjeuner sur l'herbe. All Corrie knew for sure was, at that moment, she'd felt white-hot with lust for Watts. But the moment had passed, and luckily, without becoming either too drastic or too embarrassing. What was or wasn't going on between them? She couldn't deny her attraction, and it was obvious he felt the same way. But it seemed too much of their time together had been tangled up with work. It wasn't that she expected some kind of 19th century courtship, but a few nights out at the movies or romantic dinners or flowers would be nice. She knew Watts was a stand-up guy, not interested in a wham-bam thank-you-ma'am fling. Maybe he was just intimidated or inexperienced. Well, that made two of them. Whatever it was, it could wait. She was juggling a lot of balls right now and wasn't sure she wanted to handle two more. Anyway, I'm glad you're along, she said. After all, you found her. You asked me to sniff around locally. Anything for a lady. Not that anyone's going to ask, but if they do, she could have turned up as part of your investigation into Cheap's murder. They got out into a chill wind and crossed the road, approaching the drab residence of Winifred Lucky. Watts had already gotten her up to speed on the woman's details. Born in Hartsdale, New York, aged 39, unmarried, no children, graduate of Hudson Valley Community College. She'd moved to New Mexico in 2006 and worked as a substitute teacher, employed off and on, occasionally applying for support from the New Mexico Human Services Department in between jobs. Corrie had purposely not alerted the woman they were coming. This time, her gut told her to catch the woman off guard, before she'd had time to prepare. It was 10 a.m. on a holiday Monday, and even if Winifred Lucky was currently working, which her background check indicated was probably not the case, there would be no school. Their knock was answered by a woman in a sweatshirt and black leggings. One look at her clothes and uncombed hair told Corrie she probably hadn't worked in a while. "Winifred Lucky?" she said, holding her ID up through the door's security bars. "I'm Special Agent Corinne Swanson of the FBI, and this is Sheriff Homer Watts. Could we come inside and ask you a few questions?" "What about?" "Rodney O'Connell. Have you found him?" "Not yet." The woman seemed in no hurry to open the door. "Ma'am, if you don't mind, could we speak inside?" The woman hesitated long enough to examine their IDs once more, then unlocked the security door and let them in. The apartment beyond was in a kind of curious disorder. To Corrie, it looked as if attempts had been made to stem the mess, but, like an encroaching tide, it kept returning. Carefully stacked Tupperware containers on the dining room table were surrounded by a litter of Chinese takeout cartons. An ironing board in the corner, clothes folded atop it, had its legs buried in unwashed t-shirts and underwear. As the woman led them through the dining room and into an adjoining living area,
Corrie noticed that one corner held a card table with a computer atop it. This area had been kept scrupulously clean. Beside it was an improvised plank bookshelf, and Corrie was surprised to see that Lucky shared her taste in both music and fiction. There were scuffed CDs of Aeneid and Stars of the Lid, as well as some of her childhood SF favorites by Larry Niven and Roger Zelazny, along with a handful of obscure thrillers, including the sadly forgotten Ice Limit 4, Wormstorm. Lucky pushed some TV remotes off the sofa and motioned for them to sit down. Without offering any refreshment, she took the comfy office chair near the computer, swiveled it around, and looked at them expectantly. "So," she said, "have you found out anything more about Rod?" "No, we haven't," said Corrie. "A new search is underway." "So why do you want to talk to me again? I must have talked to you feds at least a dozen times back when it happened." Actually, she had submitted to 5 rather rushed and perfunctory interviews, which Corrie had glanced over after Watts gave her the woman's name. Although she had been cooperative, she hadn't been able to provide any useful information. "We'll take up as little of your time as possible," Corrie said. "In light of the recent discoveries, we're reaching out to everyone involved, in case anything was missed." The woman shrugged. "Okay." "Thanks, Winifred. May I call you Winifred?" "No, and please don't call me Winnie either. Call me Helen. That's my middle name." "Helen, then. Do you remember where you first met Mr. O'Connell?" "Sure, at the grotto." "The what?" "It's what they call local chapters of the NSS. The National Speleological Society." Watts spoke for the first time. "You were cavers?" "That's right. We'd go out with other members of our grotto to some of the caves around Dutchess County, New York. Rod was big into caving then, and I was a noob. He helped me through some pretty gnarly caves, like Carson's Mistake." "Carson's Mistake?" Corrie echoed. "It's got this 100-yard horizontal tube called the meat grinder. Once you enter it, there's no turning back. You have to keep going. I freaked out halfway, and he talked me through the rest of it." She nodded toward a table at one end of the sofa, on which sat a couple of framed ectochrome prints, much faded. Corrie looked and was shocked. One was of a skinny girl in a form-fitting caving suit, rope slung over her right shoulder like an aiguillette. Despite the muddy outfit and the helmet with light and chin strap that partially obscured the face, Corrie could tell the girl was pretty. It was hard to reconcile that 24-year-old image with the tired-looking woman who sat before them now. Every day, Corrie realized, was another fork in life, based on what you did or didn't do. And it might be years before you realized that some action, now regretted, had sent you down the wrong path. It sure as hell could have happened to herself. She pushed this aside and returned to her mental list of questions. "So you started dating," she said. The woman nodded. "But you went to different schools." "No, we didn't. I started at Rensselaer, transferred to Hudson Valley after my first year." Corrie tried to align the dates in her head. She'd transferred from a 4-year to a 2-year college just before Rodney O'Connell graduated from Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute and went on to graduate studies at NMIT. He must have been an upperclassman when she was a freshman. "So you followed Rodney out here," Watts said. Corrie had been wondering the same thing, but this phrasing sounded aggressive. "I didn't follow him. We were going to be married." "Married?" Watts repeated, sounding unconvinced. "I was pregnant," Helen snapped. What the hell is Homer doing? Corrie wanted to keep this interview friendly, productive. So, Helen, did you get to know his student friends out here? Like some of the hikers who perished?
A few.
Helen shifted in her chair, unhappy now and growing impatient. Was he particularly close to any of them? Helen shrugged.
I guess. Gordy, Luke.
Do you know of any animosities inside that group? Jealousy? Competition? Anything like that?
No.
Is there anything Rodney might have told you, or you overheard or learned about somehow, that could shed further light on what happened?
No.
Corrie pressed a little. Or perhaps there's something you've remembered, or that's happened since the first times you were questioned?
No. I told the cops everything. If you haven't found him, then get back to looking and stop bothering me. Back then, you didn't tell us you were pregnant,
Watts said, hazarding what Corrie felt certain was a guess. The woman turned from Corrie back to him.
It wasn't relevant. It must have been relevant to you, and to Rodney, and I'd assume his parents. So what happened?
Briefly, the woman's face went blank.
Nothing happened. Did you get an abortion? Have a miscarriage? Give the child away? That's none of your business. Unless you faked it.
Watts went on, his eyes turning toward the ceiling as if watching a celestial tableau unfold.
Faked it so he'd stay with you. And then, after the tragedy, it didn't matter anymore. Until it did.
Corrie opened her mouth, then abruptly shut it again. Watts wasn't just being aggressive, she realized, and he wasn't fishing either. There was method here, and she should let him play it out. It seemed Helen had instinctively realized the same thing, because she kept silent as well.
After the dust settled, Watts went on, you meant something to the parents, Harry and Ruth. They saw you, and especially the unborn child, as a connection to their son.
Hearing no denials, he went on.
And then, for whatever reason, the child went away. But even after that, you kept the link to Rodney's parents alive. They felt sorry for you, especially Harry, and he gave you money.
Helen sat up.
That's...
She stopped, evidently forcing herself to keep silent.
It wasn't much. Maybe a one-time gift. More likely a stipend. You played on his conscience, his fatherly mix of guilt and grief. Pretty soon, you had a nice little income stream. But then Ruth died, and Harry met Melody Ann. And when you met her, you realized the game was up. You can't prove any of that, Helen said. No, and we don't intend to. It's on your conscience, not ours.
She abruptly sat back in the chair and buried her head in her hands. No sound emerged. No sobs racked her shoulders. Corrie, a little taken aback by this sudden reversal, didn't know if she was crying or not.
There's no way to undo what you've done,
Watts said, his tone suddenly milder, wistful rather than accusatory.
No way to make amends. I don't think you have anything to offer us, which is too bad. I mean, if you did know something that might help and finally bring closure to the family and honor to your boyfriend's memory, it could be a small step toward healing.
And with this, he prepared to rise.
Wait,
she said, face still hidden. Watts and Corrie exchanged glances.
He told me never to tell anybody. Not tell anybody what?
Watts asked. For a time, the woman said nothing more. Then, just when Corrie expected Watts to start playing bad cop again, she spoke. He once said he knew a way into the bunker.
What bunker? Corrie asked.
That old one. The one on Kirtland, where his dad worked. They'd built it in the early 50s to shield the president and his brain trust in case of a nuke attack. The bunker had a front entry, but it also had a secret escape route. A long tunnel that led out the back. It came out somewhere in the mountains. The back door, Mr. O'Connell, had been in charge of securing that. He bragged about it to Rod. Said he'd used his son's birthday as a code for the lock. Rod made me swear never, ever to tell anybody about it.
As Helen spoke, the emotion drained from her voice until the final words sounded like a rote recitation. "And where was this back exit?" Corrie asked.
No idea. Rod said he'd take me, but then he disappeared.
She trailed off. "Didn't he give you any idea?" Corrie urged.
No, like I told you. He said the escape tunnel was long. It went through the mountain and came out on the other side, in a flat area where a helicopter could land. He never told me anything else.
"What mountain?"
He didn't say.
"Why didn't you tell anyone this?" Corrie asked.
I didn't want to get Rod and Dad, his dad, into trouble.
And now at last the sobs came. Corrie walked slowly back across the street, trying to fit this last-minute revelation into the jigsaw of what she already knew. "Do you think that's where O'Connell was headed?" she asked. "That bunker?" To her disappointment, Watts didn't look all that impressed.
I doubt it. That's an area called the Knot. Suicide to go in there in wintertime, at night, in a snowstorm.
"Oh, yeah," said Corrie. "I got a glimpse down into the Knot when we got the tour of Kirtland. That and the new dude ranch."
Rancho Benito. They got yoga retreats, spas, massages, meditation, you name it.
Watts's tone made clear how he felt about the place.
Anyway, that resort was only built a few years ago. I don't think O'Connell would go into the Knot intentionally, even if he thought a back door was hidden there.
She said there was a flat spot. How many of those are there in those mountains?
It doesn't take a big area to land a chopper, Watts said.
Corrie nodded. On another note, how did you dig up all that shit on the grifter girlfriend?
I know people who know people who know people, he said, with a dimpled smile. When I found her for you, I couldn't resist putting the cheap investigation aside for 15 minutes and digging a little. I just had a feeling. Seems our dear Winifred, or Helen, or whoever, came into a nice income in the years after Rod's death, and stopped working, which ended abruptly when your friend Melody Ann arrived on the scene.
As they got into the car, he added,
"Well, I think that deserves at least a lunch. On you."
Corrie laughed. "All right, you get lunch, but I've got another interview this afternoon, so it'll have to be hot dogs from the food truck."
"Make it a chili dog, and you've just bought yourself a boy."
Grinning, Watts buckled himself in and adjusted his resistol as Corrie pulled away from the curb and accelerated north. 40. The visit to the jail was different from the first in every imaginable way. There were no papers for Nora to sign, checks to write, forms to be stamped. And Skip didn't walk out of a side door, arms swinging, wearing his own clothes. This time, Nora and the lawyer, Lightfeather, had to endure pat-downs and magnetometer scans, and a long wait before passing through one locked door, then another, until they reached a small room,
with a dirty plexiglass window in the far wall. There were 2 seats, but the space was barely big enough for both of them to sit. A minute passed, and then a light was switched on behind the glass, and Skip came into view. Nora's heart immediately sank. His wrists were chained in front of him, his legs were shackled, and he walked with a prisoner's shuffle. He wore an orange coverall with "prisoner" and the name of the county jail stenciled on both front and back. He hadn't shaved in a couple of days, and his hair was messed up. But worst of all was the look in his eyes, of a caged animal, desperate, close to panic. "Nora," he said, catching sight of her. "Oh my God, Nora!" He rushed toward the glass, only to be stopped by a guard who grabbed and propelled him into the chair. Then, when Skip was calm, he removed his handcuffs and left, closing the door behind him after saying, "5 minutes." "Skip!" Nora cried through a small circular grill in the plexiglass. "Are you all right?" He massaged his wrists, then planted his elbows on the narrow metal railing in front of him and let his forehead sink onto his palms. "Sis, I'm so screwed." His voice was quavering, on the edge of tears. Nora spread her hands over the plexiglass, repelled by its greasy feel. "Skip, are you being abused? Are you in danger?" Skip shook his head without lifting it. "No, it's just, I can't go to prison. I just can't." "Skip," Lightfeather said, leaning toward the speaker grill and speaking soothingly. "You're in jail, but that's just for violating conditions of release. It's not a serious offense. You crossed the county line by 5,000 yards, unintentionally. The real problem is..." But Skip wasn't listening. "How old will I be when I get out?" he moaned. 40? 50? "Let's focus on the case. The DA has decided to go ahead and seek attempted murder, which is clearly an overreach, a kind of extortion to get you to plead. So you need to think about pleading." "I'm innocent," Skip cried. "He started it. He attacked my sister, and then he tampered with evidence." "Easy now," said Lightfeather. "This isn't the place or time to confer attorney to client. But I just want you to think about pleading, okay? The sheriff's holding most of the cards. I'll be branded a felon the rest of my days." "Skip," Nora said, "please calm down and listen to Mr. Lightfeather." "My life is ruined. So is yours. I've ruined everything." Everything Skip had kept locked inside during those dark hours behind bars was pouring out, like liquid from a broken bottle. He wasn't listening. He just needed to vent. "Skip," said Nora, "why did you go to that bar?" "I'll tell you why." Skip suddenly changed his tone. "I was getting someplace. I met people in that bar that I'm sure know Holly's dirty. All we have to do is dig a little deeper." Now it was the lawyer's turn to interrupt. "Skip, this is not a viable strategy. Allegations from a couple of drunks in a bar aren't going to help you. Even if they were true, they wouldn't be admissible in court. Listen to me. Going rogue, trying to solve this on your own, that kind of attitude is only going to harm you in court, with the jury." "So what the hell would you suggest? Plead guilty? Assure everybody that lying sack of shit was telling the truth and didn't assault my sister? Perjure myself to save his skin? And then go to prison to boot? No way." At that moment, the guard returned. "Time's up," he said, leaning forward to cuff Skip once again. For a terrible moment, Nora thought Skip might resist. His eyes widened. He called her name. But then his whole body seemed to go limp, and he allowed himself to be hoisted to his feet. "We'll talk soon," said Lightfeather. Think about a plea bargain." Skip was led out of the tiny room without looking back. Another harrowing journey through locked doors and past iron bars, and then Nora was out in the visitors' lounge once again. She looked at Lightfeather. "He's in denial," the lawyer said. "It's common. I'll make another appointment with him, and I'm sure by then he'll have thought things through a little better."
"But he's got a point," she said. "Doesn't being innocent matter?"
Lightfeather sighed. "Of course it matters. But life is fundamentally unfair. Holly isn't going to back down, and most of the judges and prosecutors are either friends or else owe him a favor. They're going to play hardball."
"Can't we request a change of venue?"
"We could, but we'd be on very shaky ground, and if it failed, we'd be worse off than when we started. As it is, we have to contend with the fact he violated conditions of release, even if unintentionally."
All this lawyerly verbiage made Nora want to scream. She couldn't get the image of Skip out of her head. She'd never seen him look so panicked, so beaten down. He'd gone through periods of depression during and after college, heavily lubricated by tequila, but he'd managed to shake them off. "Just lay it out for me," she said. "Please. What kind of plea deal are we talking about?"
Lightfeather looked at her closely. "Attempted murder is a second-degree felony, punishable in New Mexico by up to 15 years in prison. If Skip's convicted on that, he'd probably be out in 7 with good behavior. There's a decent chance I can plea bargain the prosecutor down to aggravated assault, but that's still a felony, with a possible 18-month sentence, of which Skip would do half. And if Holly wants to really twist the knife, he can argue for a sentencing enhancement, which would expose Skip to a longer stretch. The prosecutor's been coy on that point."
"And if Skip doesn't plead down?"
"Then he'll go to trial for attempted murder of a law officer, most likely with a hostile jury, and the judge could easily sentence him to the full stretch. Now, listen, Nora. Next time, I'm going to talk to him alone. Let's give him a couple of days to cool down. That usually does the trick. But later, well, he's, forgive me, a stubborn, idealistic fellow. Even though seeing you obviously agitates him, I may need your help persuading him to plead."
"Plead guilty," Nora repeated bitterly. "When we know the sheriff is a goddamn liar and Skip did nothing wrong."
Some world we live in, isn't it? Now, can you do that for me? Stay away for a couple of days. Let me see him on my own."
Nora nodded.
"Good. Just forget Holly. Even if Skip had dug up stuff on Holly, it would never be admitted."
He paused.
"Listen, the Isleta Council is being extremely generous with my time and fees, so I have a lot of resources to work with. Don't give up hope."
Somehow, that final sentence made Nora's hopes, already slim, grow fainter. Taking a deep breath, she nodded again, thanked Lightfeather, then turned and walked out into the pitiless November air. 41. Master Sergeant Ramsay Brickell lived in a neat house in the Trumbull Village section of Albuquerque. Corrie had decided to interview him by herself, after Sharp had shown more than a little impatience at her continued pursuit of the Kirtland angle. Sharp hadn't exactly forbidden her to interview him. He evidently was willing to let her make her own decisions, but he hadn't tried to cover up his skepticism either.
But Corrie just couldn't shake her sense that there had been a flicker of something in Brickell's eyes in that moment of hesitation when she brought up the Dead Mountain incident during the tour of the base. More to the point, as part of his investigation of Cheap's murder, Watts had obtained certain personnel files from Kirtland, and he'd passed along a single document to Corrie. As Watts had already implied, there was a minor commendation note in Cheap's file. The note was uninformative as to what Cheap had actually done that was commendable. It wouldn't normally have been of interest, except for the date of the event that led to the commendation. November 1, 2008. The day after the Dead Mountain incident. She pulled into Brickell's driveway, put the car in park, got out, and went to the door. It was answered immediately. Brickell was clearly waiting for her. Corrie was a little disconcerted to find him wearing his dress uniform this time, decorations and all. With a brief handshake, he ushered her into the house with great formality, and they sat down in a modest living room. He exuded an air of military correctness and decorum. "Thank you, sir, for agreeing to see me." He inclined his head.
"A pleasure to see you again, Agent Swanson. Glad to be of help."
"May I record?" Corrie held up her FBI phone. He hesitated.
"No, thank you. I would prefer you did not."
"Fine." She put the phone away. "Just for the record, this interview is voluntary. You're obviously not a suspect. I'm here for information-gathering purposes. You can halt the interview at any time, or, of course, have an attorney present if you wish." He nodded briskly.
"I understand."
Corrie took out her notebook in which she had jotted some questions. Sergeant Brickell was sitting with military straightness in his chair, hands clasped, looking every inch the tough, unbending sergeant he had seemed on their first meeting. She sensed he was a man of strong moral principles and fixed integrity, and she was uncertain how that would play out in the interview. "Sergeant Brickell," she began, "you were at Kirtland at the time of the Dead Mountain tragedy. I know we've spoken about this once before. I was wondering if you remember anything else specific to it."
"Not much. It was just background noise. We were busy with more pressing business."
Corrie presumed he meant nuclear annihilation, which did seem worse than missing hikers. "Did you know that one of the victims, the one still missing, Rodney O'Connell, had a father who worked at Kirtland? Lieutenant Colonel Harry O'Connell?"
"I knew Lieutenant Colonel O'Connell slightly, and yes, I knew his son was one of the missing. It was generally understood on the base at that time."
"What was Lieutenant Colonel O'Connell's position there?"
"He was a commander in the 58th Special Operations Wing. But in what role, I do not know."
Brickell's voice was as gravelly as before, and he had what sounded to Corrie like a Texas accent. He spoke with deliberation, pausing to formulate each response. Was this habitual, or was he being extra careful for some reason? "Did you ever meet him?"
"I believe I must have, but I don't recall any specific encounter."
"Did you know Benjamin Cheap?"
"You mean the person who was murdered in Socorro?"
"Yes."
"I didn't know him well, but our paths crossed. He was a civilian employee in the maintenance department."
He seemed to radiate an increasing tension. Was he lying? He certainly didn't look like the lying type, just the opposite. "How did your paths cross?"
"Very glancingly, and, I believe, only once. We worked on the same project, at different levels, of course. He was, as I said, a civilian maintenance worker. I am a master sergeant. There's not much mixing between the civilian and military sides of Kirtland.
Mr. Cheap seems to have received a commendation around that time, but there are no specifics in regard to what. Do you know anything about that?
No.
You mentioned you were busy at Kirtland with more pressing business during the Dead Mountain incident. At this, his face seemed to become even more like granite.
That is correct.
Can you be more specific? A long silence followed this question. Then Brickell spoke.
Agent Swanson, you will understand that most of the work we do is classified. I'm afraid I can't answer that question.
So you were involved in some sort of classified business on November 1, 2008?
Almost all of the work I do was and is classified.
And you can recall 15 years later what was happening on that particular day?
Yes.
Sergeant Brickell, you do realize that I'm an FBI agent, and that we work with classified information all the time. You know you can trust me with anything you might have to say.
I'm not aware that you have a security clearance, or even if you do, what level. Certainly you can understand that most of us at a base as vital as Kirtland are under security restrictions.
Damn, thought Corrie. It was true. She didn't have a security clearance yet at the FBI. That took time. Would you be willing to speak to an agent with the necessary security clearance?
Not on this subject.
Why not? Brickell didn't answer. As Corrie gazed at his fine old face, with its steely blue eyes and square jaw, she realized this man would not tell her anything he didn't wish to. The key was making him wish to. At around that time, was your classified work connected to the Dead Mountain incident in any way?
No.
It felt like she was playing 20 questions with the grizzled old non-com and getting nowhere. She put away her notebook, leaned back, and gazed at him for a moment. Sergeant Brickell, Lieutenant Colonel O'Connell served his country honorably. I know he was a fine soldier. The disappearance of his son destroyed him. He died of a heart attack at age 60. The grief and uncertainty of his son's fate no doubt contributed to that. If you can shed any light on what happened...
I don't believe I can.
Do you have children?
I have a daughter.
And your wife?
I'm a widower.
I'm sorry. But imagine, sir, if your daughter vanished into thin air and you were left with no idea of what happened to her. No knowledge of her last moments, where she was, whether or not she suffered. Can you imagine that, Sergeant Brickell? Brickell said nothing, but she could see the color deepen in his face. I ask because that's what these families have been going through. Some for as long as 15 years. My job is not only to solve this case, but to give them closure. Give them a measure of peace. If you have any information that would help shed light on the fate of those 9 young people, classified or not, I would suggest... She hesitated, then went on. That you have a moral duty to share it with me now. She saw she had finally touched a nerve. Brickell's face had grown dark. A long silence ensued, a minute or more, an eternity in a conversation. At last he spoke.
I'm sorry, Agent Swanson, but this interview is over.
She stared back at a face of granite. If you don't mind, I have just a few more questions. He stood up.
Let me see you to the door.
Corrie gathered up her stuff, rose, and followed him to the door. He opened it for her, and she offered him her card. Sergeant Brickell, I'm available if you ever want to talk. He took it and eased the door shut. As she turned to go, she heard the bolt shoot home. 42. Before getting on the freeway, Corrie stopped at a 7-Eleven for coffee. Twilight had fallen over Albuquerque, the sky a sickly hue of mauve as she pulled into a space in front of the garishly lighted store. As she parked and went inside, she went over the interview with Brickell in her mind. She was bitterly disappointed he wouldn't talk, and at the same time, convinced he knew more than he was saying. Something had happened at Kirtland the night the 9 hikers died, but the business about security clearances had tripped her up. What she needed to do was talk to Sharp about this, arrange for the required security clearance, then force Brickell to talk, with a subpoena if necessary. But how long would that take? And given his stolid facade, how could he be forced to say anything when she had no idea what, exactly, there was to tell? As she came out of the store carrying a large coffee, a car pulled up next to hers and the door swung open. Brickell got out. She froze as he came around to her.
Let's get in your car.
She slid into the driver's side while he got in the passenger seat. What's this about? She asked evenly.
Let's get one thing straight. I was never in this car. We never spoke. Nothing I tell you can be attributed to me. Can we proceed like that?
Corrie hesitated. At Quantico, they had been taught all about handling confidential informants. It was a tricky area, and there were endless rules. Sergeant Brickell, whatever you say, I have to share with my immediate superior.
No. You've got to swear on your word of honor that you won't tell anyone where you heard this. You're free to go out and corroborate the information elsewhere, and I hope you will, but I can't be named. Is this understood?
Christ, how was she going to deal with this? I don't think I can agree to that. He put his hand on the door and started to get out. Wait, said Corrie. She couldn't let him go. He suddenly felt like the key to everything. He paused. All right, you have my word. He got back in, took a deep breath, and let it out. He began to speak, slowly and in measured tones.
We called it the Halloween incident, he said.
She waited.
It happened the night of October 31, 2008. An accident.
What kind of accident?
What I'm about to tell you is classified at the highest level. I doubt the current Kirtland command even knows about it. The whole business was hushed up, not to protect national security, but to cover gross incompetence by certain high-ranking officers. That's never sat well with me.
Please tell me, sir, what happened? He leaned back in the seat and looked straight ahead.
On the night of October 31, 2008, a B-52H Stratofortress flew out of Kirtland carrying a decommissioned Mark 17 thermonuclear warhead, en route to North Carolina for disassembly. This was an obsolete device with a yield of 10 megatons, the largest in our arsenal. Most of those Mark 17s had been retired in the 60s, but there were certain commanders who wanted to keep a few around, just in case. This was one of them, but by 2008 it had deteriorated beyond any possible use. So that evening, it was placed in a special cradle in the bay of the B-52. It was heavy, 21 tons. The overloaded plane should never have taken off in that weather, but the order was given, and the pilots obeyed. About 4.5 miles south of the Kirtland Control Tower, at approximately 6:30 p.m. local time, the plane encountered severe turbulence. The pilots lost control, and in a desperate attempt to lighten the aircraft, released the bomb. The plane climbed, narrowly cleared the mountain in its path, and the pilots managed to return to Kirtland.
And the bomb?
The bomb fell 1,700 feet into the mountains. The impact set off the high-explosive shell around the primary, but not, thank God, in the way necessary to detonate the warhead. Nevertheless, there was one hell of an explosion. The resultant fire set up a plume of smoke carrying plutonium and other radionuclides into the storm.
He paused, breathing hard. Corrie could hardly believe what she was hearing. What happened then?
Kirtland immediately sent recovery teams into the mountains. The site of the drop was quickly located. Everything was covered up. The crater filled and camouflaged. The debris recovered, and over time, the area was secretly decontaminated.
And who was notified?
Nobody was notified. Those that knew of it eventually retired, died, or tried to forget.
Corrie struggled to keep her demeanor calm and collected. She had taken no notes. She didn't have this on tape, and she'd given her word not to tell Sharp where she had heard it. That was against the confidential informant rules and was going to be a problem. What connection is there between that accident and the Dead Mountain deaths?
I don't know. Maybe none.
Do you think the explosion and fire might have scared the 9 hikers into leaving their tent and running out to die in the blizzard? A long silence.
I've always wondered.
Did anyone at Kirtland at the time investigate a possible link?
No. At the time, the last thing we were worried about was a bunch of hikers camped in the snow. Later, it was dismissed as a coincidence, and even if they did witness the drop, they were all dead, so it didn't matter.
How involved were you in the bomb recovery operation?
I was directly involved.
Cheap also?
Yes, that's the project I mentioned earlier, when we crossed paths.
What was his role?
He was a member of one of several ground-searching teams sent immediately into the blizzard to find the bomb location. They couldn't send up air assets right away.
And did Cheap find the bomb location?
No. Another searcher called it in first. But Cheap was on the same team, and they all got commendations.
Can you show me on a map where the bomb fell?
Yes.
With her phone, Corrie loaded a Google Earth image of the Manzanos. Can you drop a pin at the location? He took the phone, moved the image around, expanded it, tapped once, then handed it back. Corrie stared. The bomb had landed less than a mile due south of where the 9 hikers were camped. Jesus. This was the answer to the Dead Mountain riddle. The explosion and fire must have frightened them so badly that they slashed their way out of their tent and ran. It also explained their northward route, not to go somewhere, but to escape the conflagration. Sergeant Brickell, she said, would you please repeat what you told me to Special Agent Sharp, my superior in the case? This is the solution we've been looking for 15 years.
Absolutely not. I'm retiring in a month. I've cleared my conscience and done my moral duty, as you put it. but I'm not willing to be dishonorably discharged, lose my pension, and spend my hard-earned retirement in the brig.
The FBI can protect you. There are whistleblower safeguards. He looked at her, the stolid expression growing weary.
You're very young, aren't you? Do you truly believe I'd never suffer retaliation? You're just learning how the world really works, Agent Swanson, and I don't envy your forthcoming education.
He paused.
Remember, you gave your word. I know you'll honor it.
I did, said Corrie unhappily. And I will. 43. The early afternoon sun shone brilliantly on Sandia Crest as they got on the freeway heading south. Sharp, to her surprise, had insisted on driving. He appeared uncharacteristically alert, and Corrie wasn't sure what the lack of his usual sleepy expression signaled, except that it made her nervous.
I just want to make one thing clear, he said. I'm going to do the talking. I may call on you to say something, but please don't speak until I ask you to do so.
Yes, sir. A long silence.
Let's just go over this once more, he finally said. They're going to ask me, how do we know our confidential informant isn't a nut job? What's my answer?
He's in a position of responsibility, authority. He's not repeating rumors. His knowledge of the events is firsthand, direct knowledge.
So why won't he go on record?
The information is classified. The guy's a stand-up soldier. Divulging secrets isn't usually his idea of patriotism. He also thinks he'll be arrested, and that we won't be able to protect him. Sharp sighed. For once, she could see what he was feeling, skepticism and anxiety.
You realize this is a stunning accusation to make, with absolutely no corroboration whatsoever.
I realize that, sir. They'd gone over this multiple times when Corrie first briefed him on her 2 meetings the day before. O'Connell's old girlfriend, with her story of the bunker, and then Brickell's bombshell. Literally. They took the freeway exit for Kirtland and were soon at the base's gate, handing over their IDs. They were quickly let through, and 5 minutes later were parking in front of the command building. 2 soldiers, apparently waiting for them, escorted them to the commander's office. It was a capacious space, the vast polished deck flanked by flags. Behind it, the commander rose.
Major General Frank Marsby, he said, coming around and shaking their hands. And Colonel Miriam Abacassis, whom you know.
They were both dressed in formal uniforms, emblazoned with decorations. The 2 silver stars on General Marsby's shoulders gleamed in the bright overhead lighting. The general invited them to join him and the colonel in a sitting area, with a glass and chrome table and a collection of taupe stuffed chairs. Corrie felt a nervousness that was almost overwhelming. If this was all wrong, if Brickell was crazy, her promising career would take an instant nosedive.
Thank you for meeting with us, Sharp said.
General Marsby nodded.
We're always happy to help the FBI. But I have to admit, this is an unusually mysterious summons, and naturally we're anxious to hear what's so urgent.
Sharp leaned forward on his elbows. Corrie saw that he, too, looked nervous. It occurred to her for the first time that if this accusation were false, it might affect his career even more than hers.
I'll get straight to the point, Sharp said. We have a confidential informant who tells us that on the night of October 31, 2008, a B-52 out of Kirtland, carrying a decommissioned thermonuclear device, dropped its payload in the Manzanos about 9 miles south of the base. The warhead didn't go off, obviously, but the conventional explosives in the bomb detonated and caused a fire. The bomb debris was quickly retrieved, the area decontaminated, and evidence of any crater eliminated. The incident was then classified at the highest level.
He paused. Corrie could see in the faces of the two listeners clear expressions of genuine shock, concern, and doubt.
Furthermore, Sharp went on, and of immediate concern to the FBI, it may be that this accident was the cause of the Dead Mountain incident we're investigating. The explosion and fire occurred, according to our informant, roughly a mile south of where they were camped at the time. It triggered the 9 hikers into abandoning their tent and running northward, away from the explosion, where all perished.
He paused a moment, then said,
"That's it in a nutshell. We were hoping you might be able to shed some light on this, if it's true. Of course," he added, "our informant might be mistaken or lying. But if we believed that, we would never have brought the matter to your attention."
General Marsby stared for a moment, ran his hand over his crew cut, and then said,
"Can I ask who this confidential informant is?" "I'm afraid," said Sharp, "that they requested anonymity. But you believe this story." "The CI was highly convincing," said Sharp. "We neither believe nor disbelieve. That's why we're here, to seek clarification." "But you think this individual is trustworthy, not crazy?"
Sharp turned to Corrie.
"Agent Swanson interviewed the informant. Could you answer the question, please?"
At this, Corrie looked at the general, who was looking at her in disbelief.
"Yes, I believe the person is trustworthy and reliable."
"How many people know the identity of this confidential informant?" asked the general.
Corrie nodded.
"Just me, sir."
"No one else? Not you, Agent Sharp?" "No." "Is he connected to this base?"
"He or she. I can't reveal that, sir," said Corrie.
Now the general looked from Sharp to Corrie and back.
"And you've come in here, making this serious accusation, based on one person's story. Do you have any corroboration?"
Again, Sharp looked at Corrie.
"Well, sir," Corrie said, "the radionuclide contamination of the clothing of several of the victims, which included plutonium, polonium, and tritium, are precisely the ingredients one would find in a thermonuclear weapon, according to our lab experts."
The general stared at her.
"Any additional corroboration?"
"No, but I think those radionuclides seem pretty confirmative. It's hard to explain how else they might have gotten there, sir."
"Stop calling me sir, young lady. You're not my subordinate."
"Noted,"
said Corrie, coloring. Abacassis gently broke in.
"If what you describe actually occurred, it would have been a major incident involving dozens of personnel, and there will certainly be a large body of classified records of it. It'll be a simple matter for us, I mean the general and myself, to either confirm or refute this story. We will investigate it immediately, and I can assure you we will know within 24 hours whether this incident actually occurred or whether this story is false."
"Thank you, Commander," Corrie said.
"All well and good, but I would be astonished to see it confirmed," said the general, with a frosty look at Abacassis. "It sounds to me like a ginned-up conspiracy theory, like so many others connected to this Dead Mountain case."
He paused.
Didn't I read about the police just arresting an FBI agent previously on the case for threatening some protesters with a gun? The agent in question was long retired from the agency,
said Sharp crisply.
Still, said the general, not at all encouraging. I'm frankly quite surprised to see you bringing this story to us without more corroboration.
Once we heard this story, said Corrie evenly, we felt the right thing to do was inform you immediately, and of course, confidentially. That, we felt, was preferable to investigating the allegation behind your backs. And I should also add, our interest in this only extends as far as what precipitated the deaths of those 9 hikers.
Quite so, said the general. I understand. As Colonel Abecassis said, we'll look into this. Needless to say, this is an unexpected development, and I trust the FBI will keep this absolutely under wraps. The FBI routinely handles highly classified information, said Sharp. You can be sure this will not see the light of day.
They were escorted back to their vehicle. Sharp didn't speak again until they were out on the highway.
That went better than I expected, he finally said.
You think so? Corrie was surprised.
Absolutely. First, I'm convinced they had no knowledge of this incident, if it actually happened. That's good. Second, they seemed sincere in their desire to investigate it and didn't become overly defensive. Third, they promised that records would be quickly found in their classified archive, so we'll have an answer soon. Fourth, I think both of them are people of good intention. And fifth, he smiled. The point you made about not investigating behind their backs was a good one.
She hesitated. And what do you think, sir? Personally?
Do I believe they accidentally dropped a nuke? I don't know. It's a crazy story, but God knows anything might be possible. But I feel an obligation to tell you that I'm not pleased about your mishandling of a confidential informant.
Mishandling?
Next time, said Sharp, you need to ask for the informant to supply independent corroboration of a story like that. And you must also insist that he tell his story to at least 2 agents, so there are witnesses. Otherwise, the information is almost useless.
Sir, I tried my best to do all those things. I asked him to make the statement in your presence. He absolutely refused and was going to leave. I had no other choice, unless I was willing to allow our potential answer to slip away.
That may be, but the regulations are in place not only to protect the public, but us as well. If this turns out to be a false lead, you and I are both in trouble. The Air Force is not going to let it slide. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
My concern now, Sharp said after a moment, is that if it is true, how will the Air Force respond?
44. Corrie arrived in her cubicle at 7, having hardly slept the night before. She was filled with anxiety about the case and what would happen to her and Sharp if the allegation turned out to be false. Almost before she could settle down at her desk, her phone buzzed. It was Sharp.
SAC Garcia wants us in his office. Now.
Yes, sir. The fact that Garcia and Sharp would even be in the office at 7 in the morning set her pulse racing. They had spoken to General Marsby and the Colonel at 1 p.m. the previous afternoon. They'd promised a prompt investigation, but surely it couldn't be this prompt. She smoothed her hair, tugged on her suit, and walked down the hall. In a few minutes, she arrived in Garcia's corner office with its view of the Sandia Mountains, covered in fresh snow, touched by the morning sunrise. Garcia was standing in front of his desk with Sharp next to him, and neither man looked normal. The SAC's face was dark, his thick eyebrows creased, pupils contracted into points. He didn't greet her or invite her to sit down or even look at her. She glanced at Sharp and saw that he looked uncharacteristically angry, furious in fact, with a suppressed rage that almost frightened her. Nobody said anything. Corrie finally stammered. Good morning. Is everything all right?
I got a call from Rayburn last night, said Garcia. At 3 a.m.
Corrie's heart leapt into her throat. Rayburn was the director of the FBI.
Rayburn told me, you, everyone in this building, to discontinue the Kirtland line of investigation.
Corrie stared at him. What? Garcia made an effort to control himself.
We can no longer consider Kirtland connected in any way to the investigation.
But did the bomb accident happen or not? I mean, it could be the key to the whole case. Corrie suddenly stopped herself, remembering whom she was talking to. Garcia looked at Sharp, then back to Corrie.
I was given no information about such an alleged incident.
I'm sorry, sir, Corrie said, but I'm just not following you. How are we supposed to drop such a crucial part of the investigation? Garcia looked exasperated.
Agent Swanson, I'm relaying orders from the FBI director himself. Those orders are clear. Drop Kirtland from the case. I was given no further explanations. Do you understand?
No, said Corrie defiantly.
Then I'll explain, said Sharp suddenly, his voice edged with sarcasm.
He turned to Corrie with a face the color of liver.
Obviously, your informant was right. Kirtland did drop a nuke. It caused an explosion and fire that, indirectly, led to the deaths of those 9 hikers. They want us to suppress the investigation to cover up their incompetence.
I don't get it, Corrie said.
Sharp went on. When Air Force Command heard our story, they panicked. They went up the ladder to somebody high in the government and were told to quash it. And now we've been ordered to pretend to investigate. Our role now is to put on a show, humiliate and debase ourselves in acting out a charade of incompetency and stupidity, just what the parents of the victims have accused us of. That's quite enough, said Garcia quietly to Sharp. It's never enough, said Sharp. Garcia gave Sharp a penetrating stare. Look, I hate this. You hate it. The FBI director hates it. Obviously, Agent Swanson hates it. But we've been given direct orders. This came down from a level higher than the director, probably even higher than the AG.
You mean from yesterday afternoon to 3 o'clock this morning, Corrie said. This problem went all the way up to, what, the White House? And then back down to the FBI director?
I'd say that's a strong possibility.
Corrie could hardly believe what she was hearing. So we're supposed to lie to the public, pretend to investigate, and intentionally let the case die?
Sometimes you have to carry out orders you don't like, said Garcia. I don't mind telling you, this is the worst example of that I've ever seen. It's a hard one to swallow, but it's the job. Both of you will get major commendations.
I can't accept this, sir, said Corrie. Garcia looked at her for a long, steady moment.
Keep in mind, Agent Swanson, that an FBI agent who deliberately reveals classified information harming our national security could be prosecuted for capital treason."
At this, silence settled over the office. Sharp abruptly turned and left the office. For a moment, Corrie didn't know what to do. Was the meeting over? Even if it was, she had one question she still wanted answered. "Did Gold also find out about the bomb accident?" she asked. "Did he get shut down too? Is that why he quit the FBI and finally went off the rails?" Garcia looked at her.
"We'll never know, will we?"
45. The meeting was over. Corrie exited the office, unsure where Sharp had gone or what she was supposed to do now. She returned to her cubicle on unsteady feet and sat down, her mind in turmoil. She felt a burning sense of betrayal that struck at the very heart of why she had joined the FBI. Her childhood had been full of injustice and the unfair use of power, from her alcoholic mother and absentee father to being bullied at school and harassed by the local sheriff. Confronting injustice was what drove her sense of self and animated her choice of careers. But this was anything but justice. How could the director have agreed to it? Now a welling up of anger washed away the feelings of betrayal. It was more than a betrayal. From Garcia on down, they'd been defrauded, undermined, demoralized. And what about Sharp? She'd never seen him so angry. What was he going to do? What was she going to do? First, she told herself she had to calm down. She needed a moment to think through this whole fucked up situation. They had solved the case. That much was obvious. The impact, the sound, the bright light, the tremors, whatever, had scared the shit out of the 9 hikers. It explained why they had fled into the storm, why they'd run northward, not toward anything, but just away from the disaster, and into another, final one. And now they were supposed to keep pretending? How exactly? That much was obvious. She suddenly sat up. She could feel her head clearing. Was it really that obvious? Or had the excitement of this huge discovery blinded her to the whole picture? You saw the photographs. She could almost hear Gold's words whispering to her again. She gathered up a sheaf of 8x10 photos of the original tent site and went through them slowly. Then she stared off into space, thinking as minutes went by. 40 minutes had passed since the awful meeting in Garcia's office. It was now 8 o'clock, and she could hear the workplace filling up, agents arriving for the day. What to do now? She went through the photos again and selected a small number of them, along with an inventory of the objects found with Tolland and Wright. She tucked them all under her arm and rose. Stepping out of her cubicle, she nodded perfunctory greetings to her colleagues as she headed for Sharp's office. The door was shut, and she knocked. No answer. Was he in there? She leaned close to the door. "Agent Sharp?" A moment later, she heard the door unlock. When it opened, Sharp stood there, saying nothing. He nodded her toward a chair, shut and locked the door behind her. His demeanor was rigidly composed. He sat down, clasped his hands on the desk. "When you joined the FBI," he said, "I don't imagine you ever thought something like this might happen." "No, sir, I didn't," Corrie said. "Neither did I," said Sharp. "What are you going to do about it?" He shook his head. "Agent Swanson, before I joined the FBI, I did some things for my country that..." He paused. "Let's just say I wasn't happy to do them.
But there was no question. They had to be done. But this is different. I think of those families never knowing what really happened, and us making a pretense of investigating, making promises. It goes against everything I believe in as an FBI agent.
He shook his head. Corrie could hear the disgust in his voice. He paused and she waited, but he didn't complete the sentence. After a long silence, he said, "I'm very sorry, Corrie, this happened to you. Soon I'll have finished my 20. But you're just starting out." Did that mean he might resign? "You can't abandon me," she blurted out. He looked at her, then shook his head. It was an ambiguous gesture, and she wasn't sure if it was meant to be reassuring or otherwise. She took a deep breath. It was now or never. "Sir, there's something about the case I'd like to talk to you about." He looked at her steadily.
"Yes?"
"I'm not sure we've actually solved it." His stare deepened. Corrie brought out one of the photos. "Here's an image of the tent as it was initially found by the searchers." She slid it toward him, then chose another. "And here's one from another angle." But Sharp did not look at the photos. He continued looking at Corrie, hands folded on the table. You'll see, sir, that there's a vestibule at the front of the tent. They were using that area to cook on their backpacking stove. You can see the stove in there, and some packets of freeze-dried food and instant cocoa." Finally, he took his eyes from her and looked at the photos, saying nothing. "You can see the front door of the tent, leading into the vestibule, is unzipped. And the vestibule is also staked partway open, probably to allow the cooking fumes to ventilate." He finally spoke, and his voice was cold.
"So?"
"The point I'm making is that there was a clear way out of the tent, but instead of running out that open door, they nevertheless slashed their way out the side."
"On the side away from the blast."
"True, but, well, here. Please take a look at these photos of the slashes. One from the inside, and one from out." She pushed the 2 additional prints over. "You see how they had to cut through 2 layers? The inner tent and the fly? And there are multiple slashes, some not long enough, and some not hard enough. They had to slash that ripstop nylon multiple times to make an opening big enough to get through. You see? It wasn't easy to cut their way out. On top of that, the disorganized and scattershot way it's slashed seems to indicate real panic." He remained silent. His eyes rose from the photo to meet hers. "Think about it, sir. They're in the tent. They're boiling water for dinner, with the flap open. Suddenly, out of nowhere, there's an explosion to the south. The sky lights up. But nothing happens directly to them because the explosion is a good distance away. These hikers are experienced mountaineers. They know the storm outside is deadly. They know going out in bare feet or unclothed would be suicide. How long does it take to pull on a pair of boots and grab a coat and hat? Look at this photo of the inside. You can see the coats and hats and boots all there, carefully lined up, ready to be put on. Do you really think they'd rush out to certain death without bothering to pull on a coat or boots? And why waste time slashing their way out when it would have been much faster to just go out the front?" She paused, but he remained still. "Sir, all along, our investigators have assumed that something appeared in the doorway, blocking their exit.
and terrifying them beyond the power of reasoning. Bomb or no bomb, there's no reason to revise that assumption. Pausing, she was disconcerted when Sharp chose to remain silent. And then, what about the murder-suicide in the cave? We've uncovered no evidence of tension between Wright and Tolland. Why would Tolland stab Wright to death and then kill himself in such a bizarre way? How can the explosion and fire explain that? Sharp now began shaking his head, slowly, back and forth. Corrie began to hurry, afraid he would cut her off. Look, here's the list of articles that Tolland and Wright carried. They both had lighters. Why didn't they light a fire in the cave, like the drunken frat kids did? And why didn't number 9, O'Connell, stay in the cave with Tolland and Wright? Why did he, as far as we can tell, keep going in the storm? None of this is rational behavior, and the more I think about it, the less I believe the bomb accident explains it all. She halted, breathing hard. Sharp unfolded and refolded his hands. Are you done? Yes, sir. He spoke in a tight voice. What do you think was going on? I don't know, sir. And what do you propose to do about this? 2 critical pieces of evidence are still missing: the camera and the journal that the group had been jointly keeping. They weren't in the tent, and they weren't found with any of the bodies, or anywhere along the path they took. O'Connell, as the official chronicler of the expedition, would likely have had both of those with him. And since his body was never found, I think it could be in that bunker his girlfriend mentioned. Think about it. O'Connell knew the code to the emergency exit, and he knew where it was, north of the tent, precisely the direction all the hikers were headed. Sharp was silent for a long, awkward moment. Then he said, Agent Swanson. Yes, sir? What just happened this morning? They told us to quash the case. But how can we do that when there are all these new leads? Take Cheap, for example. We know he was one of the searchers. He did something that triggered a commendation, but the reason for it was omitted from the files. And then when the case was revived, he suddenly came into big money and was murdered. Doesn't that sound fishy to you? And your solution to all these new leads is what? Go to Kirtland and get them to authorize a search of the bunker. Sharp grimaced. It looked almost as if he were in pain. Let me ask you again. What just happened this morning? This time, Corrie said nothing. Agent Swanson, I'm deeply impressed at your tenacity. You care, but you have to let this go. I could rebut much of what you just told me. For example, we don't know O'Connell is in the bunker. We don't know he has the camera. We don't know if the film is still viable. And in particular, it seems unlikely it contains anything useful, especially if you're right that they were too busy running to even get dressed. But I'm not going to go in that direction, because the situation is really much, much simpler than that. If you continue to pursue this case, you'll destroy your career at the FBI. You understand me? You're going to make a fine agent if you can just suck it up, keep your mouth shut, and accept the commendation they're going to give you. I don't think I can do that, sir. He stood up. You'll have to. I'll have to. I already explained this. People far more powerful than us have determined that national security is involved. Neither of us has a choice in the matter. We're done. Done. Did Gold have a choice in the matter? It was out of her mouth before she could reconsider. Sharp leaned toward her.
I'm going to take a day or two off to digest this. You need to do the same."
And with that, he picked his coat off the back of the door, pulled it on, opened the door, and left her sitting in his office. 46.
"All rise,"
the clerk of the court intoned. Nora stood up, as did everyone else in the shabby courtroom. Nora, Skip's attorney Edward Lightfeather, and another attorney from Lightfeather's firm were all sitting at the defense table on the right-hand side of the courtroom. The prosecutor and his team were on the left, the district attorney, who was personally handling the case, an assistant DA, and several others. Skip was sitting alone in the dock. Nora had known Skip wouldn't look good, and she had steeled herself for it. Or thought she had. He was wearing an ill-fitting suit, his only one, that Nora had retrieved for him from his closet, but he had put it on carelessly, with the results skewing more towards Salvation Army than Saks. The tie was knotted awry, the top button undone, and the shirt had managed to grow wrinkled in the short time he'd had it on. The old cowlick on his head was standing up more than usual, like a cockatoo's crest, and the rest of his hair looked slept on. He was clearly terrified. All the spectator seats were full. This was apparently a big deal in Torrance County. Nora had a bad feeling about that. She knew how popular the sheriff was on his home ground, and she worried that people would be looking forward to seeing Skip convicted, not released. The judge came in, wearing black robes. He was a bored, weary-looking man, about 60, with a fringe of black hair, obviously dyed, combed over a bald spot, a pug nose, and cheeks the color of suet. He had a studiously neutral face, almost slack, which Nora figured was intentionally hard to read. He positioned himself behind the bench and sat down. Then the rest of the courtroom did likewise. Nora turned her attention to the jury. She saw, or thought she saw, a cross-section of working-class New Mexico. Ranchers, farmers, construction workers, retail and service employees, all ordinary people. It was impossible to see into their minds, but they looked solid and fair-minded. That gave her a slender feeling of hope. The judge went through the preliminaries, welcomed the jury, and offered some introductory remarks. He then called on the district attorney to make his opening statement. The DA's name was Skousen. Lightfeather had described him to Nora as formidable and more competent than one might expect to find in a backwater county, determined to win, but not crooked. Nora scrutinized him closely. He was a tall, rugged, and handsome man, in his mid-30s, with curly black hair and blue eyes. He wore a gray suit and a beautiful pair of ostrich cowboy boots. Nora could sense his charisma and intelligence, which worried her even more than if he'd been corrupt. She glanced at Skip, anxiety and fear written all over his face as he watched Skousen stroll into the center of the courtroom. Skip had never been good at concealing his emotions, and now he looked exactly like who he was. A person on trial, scared shitless, looking at 15 years for attempted murder.
"Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,"
the DA began in a folksy tone, sauntering over to the jury box and laying a light hand on the railing.
"I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Will Skousen, and I am the elected district attorney of this fine county. I will be the lead prosecutor in this case. I'll be assisted by Assistant District Attorney Maureen Rivera."
Rivera stood up and nodded to the jury, giving them a quick smile.
"I'm going to speak to you for a moment about the trial and what it's about. What we attorneys call the opening statement. During the trial, I'll explain to you what the defendant did and how we intend to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof is on us, and that burden is high, very high. It's that way for a reason, to make sure no innocent person is convicted. But as you will see as the trial progresses, the evidence here is overwhelming. We will meet that burden of proof and more. The defendant, Elwyn Kelly, he turned and pointed a finger, known familiarly as Skip, is accused of a number of felonies. I'll go over them briefly. The first is, and I quote from the statutes, aggravated battery upon a peace officer in any manner whereby great bodily harm or death can be inflicted, with intent to commit obstruction of justice. 2. Intentionally fleeing, attempting to evade or evading an officer of this state when the person committing the act of fleeing, attempting to evade or evasion, has knowledge that the officer is attempting to apprehend or arrest him. 3. Larceny in the third degree, the value of the property being over $2,500 and below $20,000. And 4. Tampering with evidence with intent to interfere with the course of justice. He took a little turn around the floor. I know, sounds like a lot of gobbledygook, but this is a simple case, a very simple case. The defendant, Mr. Elwyn Kelly, was caught stealing federal property by the sheriff of our county, Mr. Derek Hawley. When Sheriff Hawley attempted to prevent the theft and take the defendant into custody, the defendant violently assaulted him and threw him to the ground, injuring him severely. The defendant then attempted to flee. This assault was witnessed by the deputy sheriff, Raymond Baca. You'll hear testimony from Sheriff Hawley as to specific details, and his version will be fully backed up by Deputy Sheriff Baca. You'll see medical records detailing the sheriff's injuries. You'll hear from a doctor that the force of the assault could easily have resulted in a fatal fracture to the sheriff's skull. You'll hear how the defendant resisted arrest and tried to flee. The defense will put up a witness, the defendant's sister, who was also present at the assault. Her testimony— here he took a moment to flash the jury a smile, rolling his eyes— will be quite different from the testimony you'll hear from our 2 law enforcement officers. Your job will be to decide who to believe. The sister, who loves her brother and wants to keep him out of prison at all costs, or our 2 honorable law enforcement officers, men of the highest integrity, who were merely doing their jobs. Men who have been protecting the good citizens of this county for a combined 32 years. Nora glanced over at Lightfeather while this recitation was going on. The attorney had a grim look on his face. Skip, on the other hand, looked like a person openly sinking in despair, his usual bright expression distorted with apprehension. Christ, he already looked guilty. She felt a terrible twist of fear in her own gut. Lightfeather had been right. Skip was going to lose this case. He should have pleaded down, but he'd been so damn stubborn. You'll hear about an iPhone and allegations about a video that never existed and other claims thrown up by the defense designed to sow doubt in your minds. As they scatter this chaff, keep one thing in mind. This is a simple case. The defendant was stealing something, got caught, assaulted the sheriff, and tried to escape. That's the entire story. Full stop. I would like to conclude my opening statement with a little reminder about our sheriff. Many of you may already know of Sheriff Hawley's heroism in the line of duty. How, during his very first term, He single-handedly stopped a robbery of the former Torrance Bank and Trust, exchanged fire with the bad guy, and took a bullet. Even as he was gravely wounded, he took down the criminal. Ladies and gentlemen, Sheriff Hawley is a genuine hero, and I'm sure you will be as outraged as I am when the defense tries to call him a liar and worse. I just want to give you a heads up. Things could get ugly. I know you will be able to separate that chaff from the wheat, truth from falsehood, and render a just verdict. Thank you.
Skousen retired to his table, and Nora could see him being quietly congratulated by his associates. She hated to admit it, but it had been a powerful presentation, reasonable, delivered in a steady, just-the-facts voice, short and to the point. She looked at Hawley and felt incandescent hatred for the self-satisfied, lying bastard with his meatball face, shaved dome of a head, aviator sunglasses hanging from his shirt, lips thin and tight. Lightfeather rose up and began his opening statement, also speaking to the jury. Nora listened intently. He was very good as well, speaking in an affable voice. He talked about how what had happened was nothing as simple as the prosecution would like to paint it, how the defendant was not, in fact, stealing federal property, but was authorized to remove human remains by the Isleta Pueblo Tribal Council. He was working in his capacity as an assistant archaeologist. But, he said, his voice lowering so the jury had to almost lean forward to hear him, the crucial point was this. The sheriff had assaulted the defendant's sister first, knocking her down. The defendant, Skip, had done what he did to protect his sister from further harm. This was justifiable defense in every way. On top of that, Skip had recorded a video on his cell phone of the sheriff attacking his sister. But the sheriff had confiscated the phone, claiming it as evidence, and when it was returned to them by the sheriff's department, the video had been erased. There was no trace of it to be found. He paused to let this sink in, and then stated, his voice rising with suppressed anger, that the sheriff and deputy were both going to lie directly to them, the jury. The sheriff was going to deny the assault on the sister and deny erasing the video. They were going to lie about Skip trying to resist arrest. The lies and the cover-up, he told the jury, had already begun with the district attorney's well-meaning opening statement by a prosecutor who had also been deceived by the sheriff and his deputy. Lightfeather's opening statement was delivered in the tone of a person who seeks the truth, burning with carefully controlled indignation at the prevarications and falsehoods of those abusing their positions of authority and power. It was as well delivered as could be expected under the circumstances. But Nora, observing the faces of the jury, could already read open skepticism on some faces. How could her testimony prevail against the sworn statements of 2 law enforcement officers? The courtroom recessed for lunch, and Skip was led away. Nora felt too sick to eat and excused herself to be alone. She spent the hour in a distant corner of the courthouse cafeteria. There was nowhere else to go, nursing a coffee. The afternoon session convened at 1:30, and it was even worse. For his first witness, Skousen called Sheriff Hawley to the stand. The sheriff told his lying story in a quiet, reasonable way, conveying an air of pained honesty. He related the facts with little drama, giving the appearance of even underplaying the violence and his own injuries, rendering the false particulars without embellishment. He described the attack, told of being seized by Skip and thrown to the ground. He described that as he lay on the ground, stunned, the defendant had tried to run. He told of how Baca had heroically taken him down. The entire story was a falsehood, but Hawley had clearly prepared and rehearsed it. Every detail was internally consistent, recounted in a quiet, calm, and convincing way. The guy was good. More than good. A liar of remarkable effectiveness. Nora could see the jury hanging on every word. Then it was time to cross-examine. Lightfeather stood up.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
He sat down again. Nora was stunned. She glared at Lightfeather. He quickly scribbled a note and passed it to her. He's too good. Can't be shaken. To cross would only reinforce his story. Nora felt sick. Was this how it was going to be? Next up came an emergency room doctor, showing photographs of the sheriff's injuries. A few nickel-sized bruises and a tiny cut, testifying that while the injuries were not life-threatening, it could have been much more severe, given the rocky ground. In fact, the doctor testified, Hawley could have suffered a fatal concussion from the force of the fall, had his head made contact with a rock. Lightfeather cross-examined the doctor and managed to get him to admit that the bruising and cut were superficial, were not medically significant, and required little more than an application of antibiotic ointment and a Band-Aid. A government bureaucrat from the Forest Service testified to the fact that the sets of bones were federal property, even under the NAGPRA law, that the Isleta Tribal Council could not unilaterally declare that the remains were theirs without some sort of due process. On cross-examination, Lightfeather got the bureaucrat to admit that, yes, since the remains had been returned to the tribe and buried at an unknown location, the Forest Service considered the matter closed and would not pursue theft charges against anyone involved.
Your Honor,
Skousen said,
members of the jury, it is our opinion that the number of witnesses necessary to conclude this matter is rather minimal. However, to give you a superfluity of information on which to base your conclusion, and to give the defendant the benefit of the doubt, especially given the seriousness of the charges, we will call on one or two more witnesses than we feel necessary. We beg your indulgence in this matter. The first such person we wish to call is a character witness. He was a patron at a tavern called— Here he glanced at his notes. Galena's Peak last Saturday, and can give a first-hand account of the violent and short-tempered nature of the defendant.
Lightfeather cursed under his breath, then stood up.
Objection. Your Honor, we were not informed of this witness during the discovery process. He is a lay witness,
Skousen rebutted,
and the information he presents is not directly relevant to the case. It refers more to the character of the accused. Your Honor,
Lightfeather said,
I would like to request a sidebar.
The judge motioned both Lightfeather and the DA up to the bench. A whispered conversation ensued, which grew animated at times. Lightfeather spoke in an increasingly angry whisper. Finally, the judge ended the contentious back and forth with a rap of his gavel, and the two lawyers stepped away from the bench.
In light of this new witness being called by the prosecution, the judge said, the defense has asked for a continuance. The court will stand in recess and will reconvene at 10 o'clock Monday morning.
He gave another sharp rap. As the courtroom adjourned, Nora looked up at the clock. 4 p.m. They took Skip away. Nora walked from the courtroom with Lightfeather and his assistant. They said nothing until they were out of the building, pausing by their parked cars in the cracked parking lot in front of the ugly concrete courthouse. It doesn't feel like it's going well, Nora said. Lightfeather shook his head.
It isn't. I'm sorry. And this witness they're suddenly introducing worries me. They've got a strong case. Why add a character witness?
But it gives you more time, over the weekend at least, to work on the case, right? Lightfeather did not reply directly, and Nora got the impression no amount of extra time would be of much help.
I have to tell you, Nora, the hardest job a defense attorney faces is to convince a jury a cop is lying. And in this case, we have two cops. I tried my best to persuade Skip to plead, but here we are. I'm going to do my best and fight this thing to the end.
Nora could feel the tears come. But he's innocent. They're lying. Why should he confess to something he didn't do?
People do it every day, but that's academic. Unfortunately, it's too late for that now.
So when will I testify?
This new witness throws a bit of a ringer into things. But unless there are more surprises, you'll definitely testify sometime on Monday. Baca will be their final witness. Then it'll be our turn. You'll testify first. Then, if necessary, Mr. Tenorio.
That's it?
We don't have any other good witnesses. We've already established that the sheriff's injuries are bullshit, and the so-called theft of government property was so trivial that the government won't pursue it. When you take the stand, you're going to establish that Skip was working for you in an official capacity. Then you're going to tell your story and accuse two law enforcement officers of lying. They might cross-examine you, but probably not, since they'll already have high confidence the jury will find for them. We'll do a dry run on Sunday. But I won't kid you, Nora. That's what we're up against.
So Skip won't testify?
He sighed. It's almost never a good idea to have the accused testify. And in any case, I doubt Skip will make a good witness.
There isn't any way to recover that video?
Trust me, we've had computer experts go over that phone with a fine-toothed comb. They've also examined the cloud account. There's no video. It's gone.
She broke down, hiccuping and sobbing. She hated to cry, but right now she didn't care. Lightfeather hesitated and then put his arm around her.
Do you mind?
She shook her head. He held her while she sobbed and tried to get herself under control. Finally, she asked, "There's nothing you can do?"
I'll do my best to break Baca. That sort of thing works on Perry Mason, rarely in real life. But as Yogi Berra said, it ain't over till it's over.
47. Nora sat in her car. It was now almost 5, and the courthouse parking lot was empty. But somehow she felt paralyzed, unable to move. Already she had lightened her daily responsibilities as much as possible. She'd taken time off from the institute, left her dog Mitty with a friend, even had a suitcase in the trunk, packed with a few things in case she couldn't bear the thought of returning home, with all its reminders of Skip. Despite all this, she nevertheless found herself just sitting in the driver's seat as the minutes crawled by. Her boyfriend, Lucas Tappan, was still in Massachusetts, trying to work the kinks out of his offshore wind farm project. They'd spoken regularly, but she hadn't worked up the courage to bring up this problem with him. He had enough on his mind already, and knowing him, he'd probably drop everything and rush back. She longed for his company, but she knew that was selfish. Besides, Lucas, with all his millions, couldn't solve this problem. The more high-priced lawyers they might throw at the case, the less impressed the local judge and jury would become. Her mind kept running back to Skip. What if she married Lucas, and their kids were in junior high by the time they got to meet their Uncle Skip, the jailbird? Or what if Skip fell into bad company, or got hurt in prison? The phone suddenly danced on the passenger seat, startling her. It was Corrie calling. She answered it immediately. "Corrie?" Hey, I was just calling to see if you had any news about Skip. Corrie sounded strange somehow, not like herself at all. Nora quickly brought her up to speed on the trial. There was all too little to tell. Christ, Nora. That sucks. I'm sorry. Nora hesitated, then said, Corrie, what's wrong? Why do you ask? I know you well enough to ask. Has something happened? There was a brief, tense silence. Then, abruptly, Corrie said, Fuck it. I hate to lay my own sob story on you at a time like this, but I have to tell somebody. And at this point, you're the only one I can trust. And then, to Nora's amazement, Corrie quickly told an astonishing story of a low-altitude bomber dropping a disarmed nuke near the site of the campers, of a mothballed presidential bunker with a back entrance, of the sudden quashing of the investigation by orders from on high. As Nora listened to the frustrated, angry voice, she was aware that she shouldn't be hearing a lot of this. If it wasn't already classified, it would be soon enough. So they ran because of the bomb explosion? A silence. That's what I thought at first. But now I'm not so sure. I keep returning to the original riddle. Why would they cut their way out of the tent, with an open door right there? Why did Tolland kill Wright, then himself? So what really happened? I don't know. But I think if any answers are to be found, they'll be with the ninth body, O'Connell. I feel sure he's down in that bunker, perhaps with the missing camera and journal. Corrie sounded really stressed. Honestly, Corrie, I think the bomb accident is probably the answer, even if it can't be made public. I just had to get that off my chest, Corrie said, as if she hadn't heard. I wanted to tell you at least, before I... Her voice trailed off. Before you what? I'm going up there. Where? To the bunker. I'm going to find that ninth body. Corrie, that's crazy. Crazy? I'm going crazy as we speak, sitting here on my hands. Do you realize what they told me to do? Cover it up. Lie. Tread water. Pretend to investigate while doing nothing. How can I keep working at the FBI knowing what I know? Well, there's one thing I can tell you for sure. It's mid-November. What do you know about winter mountaineering? You're going to get your ass frozen, and then we'll have 10 victims instead of 9. On top of that, you don't have any idea where to go. That emergency bunker exit is supposed to emerge at a flat area used as a landing pad. It's outside the base perimeter in an area called the Knot, and it has to be north of where the cave was. They were all headed there, but only O'Connell made it. Or so you think. Is that all you have to go on? This isn't getting us anywhere. Nora, I just wanted to say good luck with Skip, and I'm really sorry I couldn't have done more. I'll talk to you later. Corrie, wait! Nora shouted before the agent could hang up. Do you have any topo maps? Snowshoes? Compass? I've got maps on my phone. Jesus, what about a snowmobile? Do you even know how to drive a snowmobile? No. So you're screwed before you start, in more ways than I can count. Listen, I'm experienced in winter terrain. I have maps, I have snowshoes, I have the gear, and I have a snowmobile. Let's talk like sane people for a minute. Can you get a Jeep out of the FBI motor pool? I mean, one equipped for all-terrain travel, one that can haul. Yeah, I guess so. Look, I'm at the Torrance County Courthouse. I can be there in an hour. We can download the maps, look for this flat area you're talking about. Through my account at the Institute,
I've got access to proprietary LiDAR terrain maps that might be useful. If we find what you're looking for, we can go up there tomorrow."
Wait a minute. Are you asking to come along?
"I'm not asking. I'm the only chance you have of finding anything." Corrie's tone changed to one of concern.
Hold on. This is dangerous, and you're a civilian.
"Now you're worried? It's too late for that."
You don't exactly have a choice.
Look, Corrie, you roped me into this whole goddamn thing, and now I'm committed.
Nora, I don't know.
Well, I do. She sighed. "Corrie, I'd consider it a favor. Anything's better than sitting around here in a parking lot, going crazy thinking about my brother rotting in a cell. I'll be at your place by 6. Order some pizza."
"But—"
The rest of her sentence was cut off as Nora ended the call, took a moment to push all thoughts of her own drama from her head, then started the engine and peeled out of the parking lot. 48. Nora took the hour's drive to Albuquerque to pull herself together. Right now, there was nothing she could do for Skip. She had to trust Lightfeather. It was Wednesday, 4 days until the trial recommenced. If she went home, she'd only stare at the walls and slowly freak out. This way, at least, she'd be busy helping Corrie, even if the mini-expedition seemed like a fool's errand. When she arrived, Corrie had pizza and beer waiting. Pulling out her laptop, Nora accessed her Institute internet account and downloaded a slew of data. Old aerial photographs, satellite imagery, Google Earth images of the Monzano Mountains, and LiDAR maps. They focused on the knot, the maze of canyons and ridges east of the Kirtland AFB fence. In her years at the New York Museum of Natural History and later at the Santa Fe Institute, Nora had developed expertise in remote sensing of archaeological sites from space. On one expedition to Utah, she had worked with a scientist from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, using synthetic aperture radar to discover an important prehistoric ruin in the remote canyons north of Lake Powell. She now used her expertise and her access to the restricted imagery databases to see if they could locate any small alterations to the landscape of the knot that might have resulted from building the bunker exit or flattening an associated helicopter pad. Corrie had said the presidential bunker was built around 1953, when Eisenhower was inaugurated, so Nora focused on any changes in the topography before and after that date. The bunker had been decommissioned 8 years later, after the Soviets detonated the infamous Tsar Bomba, the largest thermonuclear explosion in history, its almost incomprehensible power immediately rendering the bunker complex obsolete. As they went through the aerial and satellite images, doing A/B comparisons across time, Nora was able to winnow down the possibilities to 3. One site looked particularly promising. A 1951 topo map showed a small, natural-looking ridge on the side of Escarabajo Peak, about a half-mile east of the Kirtland fence. The earliest aerial photo Nora could find of the site was from 1963, and relatively fuzzy. But it seemed to show a cleared area on that ridge, a circular place devoid of fir trees, and a 2021 LiDAR image showed a small, unnaturally flattened area on that same ridge, although the trees had begun to grow back. She had marked this promising location on her working topo maps as T1 for Target 1. The 2 other areas, not nearly so promising, she labeled T2 and T3. They had also identified a possible jumping-off point north of the knot, the deluxe dude ranch called Rancho Benito. While it was closed for the winter, it seemed likely it would have a caretaker, and the road would be plowed out. They went to bed at 1 in the morning and rose again before sunrise.
The day dawned clear and cold. Gathering up the marked-up maps and some relevant printouts, they went to the FBI office, where Corrie signed out a Jeep with a trailer hitch from the motor pool. Then they drove to Nora's place, hooked up her snowmobile and flatbed, loaded some winter hiking supplies, and set off for the mountains. And finally, Corrie called Rancho Benito and spoke to a caretaker, a fellow named Puller. He'd been helpful and was expecting them. They'd used the ranch as a point of departure into the knot, about 5 miles away. By the time they reached the foothills, it was past 11, and a mackerel sky was spreading in from the west, indicating the approach of a storm. The day was forecast to be cold and windy, with snow starting at sunset and temperatures dropping into the low teens. The current snow depth in the high country was about 18 inches, plenty for a snowmobile, but not so much that one couldn't get through it on foot. As the Jeep crept higher into the mountains, Nora stared again at her map and the circle she had marked as T1. She felt a certain sinking feeling. In the cold light of day, the entire plan seemed like a long shot. If they did find the bunker, and even more improbably, a body inside, the case would still be under embargo, quashed for good. Nothing they discovered would make a difference, because they'd never be allowed to reveal it. So why were they even bothering? Why did it matter? Even as she asked the question, she knew the answer. It didn't matter. Compared to Skip facing 15 years in jail, it was irrelevant. Her brother was a decent, well-meaning person, a little impulsive, but with a good heart. To think of him rotting his life away in prison over a bunch of lies was unimaginable. But somehow, a long, agonizing weekend of enforced idleness, not knowing what his fate would be, felt almost worse. The Jeep kept climbing. They hadn't reached the snow line yet, and the road was clear and dry. Nora was curious about this Rancho Benito. She recalled its construction in a national forest inholding, and how the location within a wilderness area had caused some fuss several years ago. The drive seemed interminable, one hairpin turn after another, the pinon and juniper trees giving way to ponderosa pines and then Douglas firs. They passed the snow line, with patches of white turning into continuous cover. Nora's cell reception declined until at last a message popped up saying she had lost service. She put the phone into airplane mode to conserve its battery and made a concerted effort to focus on the upcoming expedition. All looked good. The weather was holding, the snowpack was excellent for snowmobiling, and it wasn't too cold. They finally reached the ranch gate, built from ponderosa vigas, its crossbar announcing Rancho Benito with an elk skull and antlers. The caretaker, as promised, had left the gate open for them. After a quarter mile, the lodge came into view, a structure of massive timbers and red-painted metal roofs, surrounded by split-rail fences, corrals, a horse barn, cabins, and outbuildings situated in a broad, park-like valley dotted with trees. A smooth expanse of fresh snow glittered in the pale light, even as a shadow of the approaching storm passed over the landscape. They pulled into the reception area. Immediately, the door opened and a man came tumbling out. Corrie rolled down her window. "Greetings," the man said. He was wearing a red and black checked jacket and had a round pink face, 2 blue eyes peering from underneath a stained cowboy hat. "You must be the FBI folks." "Right," said Corrie, showing him her badge. "I'm Agent Corinne Swanson, and this is my associate, Dr. Nora Kelly. Sam Puller." He stuck his hand in the window. "Nice to meet you both. I won't ask what it's all about. You warned me already. Mum's the word." He laughed. Nora could see a woman standing in the doorway of the lodge, wearing paint-spattered clothing and holding a roller.
That's my wife, Jo," Puller explained, clearly enjoying the rare chance at company. "It's just the two of us here. We don't get many visitors, and it's always a pleasure. You want a cup of joe?"
"Sure, thank you," Corrie said. "We'd like to show you some maps," Nora added. "Get your advice on what the best route might be."
"Happy to help."
He glanced at his wife.
"She's been painting, as you can see. There's always something to do around here."
They got out of the vehicle and followed Puller into the lodge, Nora carrying a folder of maps. They walked into a magnificent 2-story space with a gigantic stone fireplace, the walls decorated with antlers and Navajo rugs.
"Spread those out here," Puller said, "and we'll get you some coffee."
"Thank you." Nora laid out a few maps on the giant wooden coffee table. Puller disappeared and returned a few minutes later with mugs of coffee, cream, and sugar. "How familiar are you with the country, Mr. Puller?" Nora asked.
"Oh, pretty well."
"We want to visit these 3 spots on the map," said Nora, pointing out the markings she'd made. Her finger stopped at T1.
"Ever been in that area?"
Puller peered down at the topo map, pushing his glasses up on his nose.
"That's in the knot," he said. "We almost never take guests that far south, but I've hunted elk in that area."
"Any thoughts on the best route to get there?" He held the map up and scrutinized it.
"I don't know that exact spot, but you'll clearly need to follow the ridges."
He pulled a pen from his pocket.
"May I?"
he asked, laying the map back down.
"Please." "Okay. You're going to drive to the end of the plowed road through the ranch, about half a mile, to here."
He drew a line.
"There's a parking area that's plowed out and a trailhead. Park there and take your machine through the notch. Follow the ridges here, here, and here. Take it slow. There'll be downed timber."
He continued drawing a line across the ridges, ending at T1. He hesitated.
I know this is confidential and all, but that's kind of a strange place to go to. God-awful lonesome country. I can't think of what might be there."
Corrie smiled. "I'm sorry, Mr. Puller. I wish we could tell you more."
"Right. You're good until sunset, when the snow and wind will start picking up."
He hesitated.
"You don't plan to be out past dark, do you?"
"Hell no," said Corrie.
"Good. These mountains are pretty, but they're not so friendly."
"We might also want to visit these other locations," Nora said, pointing at T2 and T3. Puller scrutinized the map again.
"Those are going to be a lot harder to get to. You bring snowshoes?"
"We did."
"With crampons?"
"No." He shook his head.
"You'll need snowshoes with crampons for traction. I've got some here."
He disappeared, returning in a few minutes carrying 2 pairs.
"These are Drifter Plus All Mountain, medium size, just about right for both of you. Pack those on your snowmobile, just in case."
He proceeded to trace paths to T2 and T3.
"I'm not sure if you can get to either of those 2 places and back out by sunset. What I'd recommend is if your first spot is a miss, you come straight back here. We'll put you up for the night, and you can investigate the other 2 on Friday morning."
"That's really kind of you, Mr. Puller," said Corrie.
"You can thank me by getting back before dark," he said. "The sun sets at 5. You sure as hell don't want to be stranded out there overnight in a snowstorm."
49. Supervisory Agent Clay Sharp sat in the living room of his house in the high desert section of Albuquerque. The room was furnished with such spareness it might have been a monk's cell, if it weren't for the large, high ceiling, and the single painting on one otherwise bare wall. The painting was a Rothko from the artist's early multiform period, extravagantly expensive. Sharp had decided one perfect specimen of art was better than a dozen inferior ones, and had used his entire lifetime art budget on this single splurge. Ornette Coleman's free jazz was playing, at a rather high volume, from speakers set into the walls. Sharp was not a devotee of jazz, and the music of someone like Coleman was particularly anathema to him. But he'd set the album-long piece to repeat again and again as a kind of counter-irritant. It wasn't helping, and now he reached for a remote, switched off the music, and resumed staring moodily at the painting. He'd told himself over and over again his only choice was to accept what had happened. The Air Force certainly had good reasons to cover up an accident like that. Revealing it would have caused a scandal, brought comfort to America's enemies, and frightened the American people. It made sense that the government would be eager to suppress it. But somehow, having good reasons wasn't enough. Not in this case. Something else was going on here. A crime, or several crimes, that had been festering for years. Sharp believed in national security. In fact, it lay at the foundation of his own moral principles. But on the other hand, the Dead Mountain victims had the right to justice. Revealing the accident would be bad publicity, but it could be contained, and it did not in any way compromise the security of his country. On the other hand, he was now being forced to lie to citizens of that same country, the families of the victims, and perhaps worse, pretend to investigate a case that was already, or very nearly, resolved. It went against everything he believed in. His thoughts turned to Gold. The man had been second in charge of the Albuquerque office and one of the most decorated FBI agents in the Mountain West. A year or so after taking on the Dead Mountain case, he'd resigned, and then his life had gone downhill. Had he, too, figured out what happened and been quashed? The more Sharp thought about it, the more he felt it was likely. It would explain a great deal, not just Gold's failure to solve the case, but the many avenues of investigation the man had inexplicably neglected to follow. If he'd just followed orders, pretended to investigate, then all the things he did and didn't do fell into line. And being forced to swallow such perverse orders destroyed him. Sharp's father had been a decorated Marine. His grandfather and great-grandfather had both been full-bird colonels in the Corps. There had been a Sharp among the Marines aboard the Bonhomme Richard, and so although Sharp himself had grown up more interested in art history than combat, he had dutifully enlisted. It was during his training that the Corps discovered he was not only a superb marksman, but also intellectually and emotionally well-suited for intelligence and counterintelligence duties. The beginning of his actual service coincided with the Iraq War. After 2 years of HUMINT work, with his shifting from one nameless sub-agency to another, the war abruptly escalated, and Sharp found himself temporarily seconded to a task force in support of Marine recon snipers during the acute lack of manpower that followed in the wake of Operation Phantom Fury, the Second Battle of Fallujah. Sharp had already killed enemy combatants and spies in the line of duty. But now, following a series of tactical missteps from HQ, he found himself unexpectedly defending a weakened American flank, sniper rifle in his hands, fighting off repeated assaults by the AQI, the IAI, and Iraq's secret army. In 15 minutes of the first intense engagement, he'd shot half a dozen insurgents. Within 24 hours, he'd lost count. At last, after successive waves of reinforcements and heroic sacrifices on the part of the U.S. infantrymen, they had prevailed. The spider holes, IEDs, and Jersey barriers were cleared, and the surviving enemy had retreated. But 2 months later, when he returned to his previous work, Sharp found himself a changed man. What he had seen and done in Fallujah was classified, as of course was all of his work. He couldn't speak of it, and he couldn't unsee it. The waves of zealots, disintegrating into hails of 850 RPM 50 caliber bullets from entrenched M2s, grandmothers and children, used by the enemy as two-legged shrapnel devices, faces losing shape as they melted under sheets of white phosphorus, friends he'd made, the instant friendships formed in the heat of battle, former strangers now trusted to watch your back and save your life, dying hours or even minutes after their first shaking hands. And so he'd left the service with a silver star at the first honorable opportunity. Both his parents had died while he was overseas, and he'd inherited a significant amount of money. Not knowing what else to do, feeling rudderless, but with a clear understanding that, for his own emotional well-being, he had to find an all-consuming occupation, and quickly, he'd joined the FBI. And he'd remained there for 17 years, rendering exceptional and at times secretive service, and keeping his personal life and personal baggage locked up tightly inside himself. Now he looked at the clock. In disgust, he noted it was only noon. He stood up anyway, went into the kitchen, opened the liquor cabinet doors, took out a bottle of Johnny Walker Blue Label, and poured himself 3 fingers, tossing half of it back. He felt the liquid burn down his throat. He retreated back to the living room, drink in hand. He'd acquired a taste for single malt scotch while overseas, and while the idea of blended scotch appalled him, he found the notion of age statement blends, which used expensive whiskeys in an attempt to recreate flavor profiles from a century ago, amusing enough to pick up a bottle of blue. And goddammit, he liked the stuff, even though it cost as much as 3 bottles of Lagavulin. He sat down and took another slug, but not even the liquor seemed to help. He thought of his first and only mentee, Corrie Swanson. She was smart, persistent, idealistic, fearless, and at times a pain in the ass. Most good agents were pains in the ass. She'd done excellent work with the case, and even learned how the 2 bodies had been crushed, something that had remained a mystery for 15 years. What a clusterfuck that this should happen so early in her career. He'd be able to retire in a few years, although until now, he'd had no intention of retiring until the mandatory age of 57. But Corrie was just starting out. He'd never mentored anyone before, but he approved of her strong idealism and sense of duty. And now, Christ, to be ordered to lie to grieving families. How was that going to work out for her over the next 19 years? He knocked back the rest of the drink. He shouldn't have been so hard on her in that last conversation. God knows he hadn't meant to be. Abruptly, a feeling that had lain dormant almost 20 years had washed over him in the wake of meeting with Garcia. Pinned down in a hot war situation, with no acceptable exit strategy. He'd tried to tamp it down. But Corrie coming up, worrying and worrying at the bone of the case after they'd been told to stand down. Well, he'd responded with a kind of emotion he hadn't felt since Fallujah. The accident pretty much solved everything. Of course, as with any case, there were details that remained puzzling. That murder-suicide in the cave, for example. But people did crazy things when pushed to the extreme. If he wasn't sworn to secrecy, he could cite hair-curling examples of that by the dozen. But that business about the hikers slicing their way from the tent instead of simply fleeing out the door. It was true that didn't quite square with the accident. And why wouldn't they take the few seconds necessary to put on their coats and boots? As he sat in his silent retreat, He had to admit, Corrie made some good points. But what good was any of that when the case had been permanently quashed? Nevertheless, he felt a twinge of guilt for being hard on her. She was still his mentee, despite everything, and she needed him now more than ever. Of course, he could never tell her the real reasons he'd erupted like that. It was not only a former self briefly reappearing again, but it was also the frustration of tilting at windmills. The windmills always won. Nevertheless, he really should check in with her, see how she was doing, let her know, tactfully, that he understood exactly how she felt. He picked up his FBI cell phone and dialed. The call immediately clicked over to voicemail. He looked at the screen of the phone, a prickling feeling on the base of his neck. Although she might be pretty disgusted with the FBI right now, she was never under any circumstances allowed to turn off her work phone, which meant she was probably out of range. After a moment's thought, he dialed Nora Kelly. Again, the call went straight to voicemail. Now he sat up. What the hell? Had they both turned off their phones? Or were they both out of range? He placed a call to the dispatcher at Albuquerque FO as an uneasy thought formed in his mind. "Hi, Gloria," he said. "Did Agent Swanson check out a vehicle today from the pool?"
As a matter of fact, she did, Agent Sharp. A four-wheel drive Jeep Wrangler. Said she might be driving in snow.
"Thank you."
Sharp lowered the phone. What about Corrie's friend, Sheriff Watts? Maybe he knew something about her whereabouts or intentions. He raised the phone and dialed Watts. His call was answered immediately.
"Sheriff, it's Agent Sharp."
50. By the time they'd unloaded the snowmobile, packed it with their equipment and supplies, stepped into their monosuits, and donned their helmets, it was 1 o'clock. Gray clouds now scudded across the sky, and the temperature was dropping.
Temperature mid-20s, Nora said.
Wind moderate, snow cover good. I'd say we're fortunate with the weather, so far. But we better hurry. Corrie nodded. They had reached the end of the road and parked in a plowed circular area at the far end of the valley. On their right stretched a row of small peaks, along with a notch through which their route lay, as Puller had marked on the map. Nora slipped into the saddle of the touring snowmobile, and Corrie got in behind her. The monosuit was snug and warm. The route on her map indicated a trip of 5 miles to T1. If all went well, they should be there in half an hour or less.
You've ridden a snowmobile before, right? Nora asked. In Colorado. It didn't, go all that well.
We'll take it slow and easy. Just hang on tight, keep your weight forward and centered. Okay?
Got it.
Nora started up the machine, put it in gear, and eased it forward. They moved slowly across the open expanse of snow and into the fir trees. The conditions were good. Plenty of snow, the sun behind clouds spreading an even gray light across the landscape. Nora eased the machine among the trees and through the notch. They continued along the shallow side of a hill through a forest of big firs, far enough apart to make their way easy. The trees soon gave way to a ridge, with heavy snow and cornices on one side and nearly bare ground on the other. Still moving at an unhurried pace, Nora guided the machine along the strip of firm snow in between, stopping from time to time to consult her map and the GPS on her phone. Nora didn't trust Corrie's ability to map read in the wilderness, so she insisted on doing both the driving and the navigating. Once they were out on the open ridgetop, the wind picked up a little, and that, combined with a layer of fresh powder, generated some flying snow as they drove. But it was light and dry, and they had good electric helmets that kept it from sticking. Nora was able to average a steady 10 to 12 miles per hour. The views were stupendous. On their left lay the knot, a crazy warren of canyons, ravines, and pinnacles, choked with fir and pine trees, with nary a flat place in sight. To their right rose the central spine of the Manzanos. Puller had routed them well, although in a few spots they had to negotiate downed timber and some steep slopes. The trail descended along ridges into the knot, and in half an hour, just as Nora predicted, they had arrived at T1. Nora pulled up the last length of ridge and stopped the snowmobile as the terrain leveled out.
"We're here. Nice going, Evel Knievel."
Nora got off, brushed the loose snow from her lap, and looked around. The ground rose gradually above the knot, covered with tall firs. A definite clearing had been made here some years ago, with many young firs now growing up. The ridge had been flattened, cut into the hill at one end and graded flat.
"That doesn't look natural,"
said Nora.
"This could be it,"
said Corrie. She took a few steps in the snow, sinking up to her thighs.
"We need snowshoes,"
Nora told her. They quickly strapped in and grabbed the poles. The little trees around the clearing were loaded with fresh snow, and they pushed through them, knocking off powdery clumps as they went. Nora headed toward a spot at the far end of the ridge, where it appeared to have been cut across the ridge and leveled, creating a flat, circular area. Any opening into the mountain would be along that cut somewhere, unless it was a hatch in the ground. In that case, it would be hidden under a layer of snow and much harder to find. They reached the far end, where the cut ridge had exposed a wall of rock.
"Let's examine the area from north to south,"
Nora said. The little trees were especially thick along the rock face. They pushed through them, getting covered with loose snow.
"Hey, check this out,"
said Corrie. Nora looked over. Corrie was pointing to a cylindrical cavity drilled into the side of the rock face, the remains of a blasting hole. Nora couldn't help but feel surprised. Part of her had assumed this would be just another of Corrie's wild goose chases. But a blasting hole, here in the middle of nowhere, that was the real deal. They continued exploring the face of the rock, pulling back small trees and clearing off overhanging vegetation, looking for some sort of entrance. And suddenly, there it was, a small steel door, painted in camo to blend into the rock.
"My God,"
said Nora.
"I can hardly believe it."
"Believe it," Corrie said excitedly. They searched for a keypad. The door was set so naturally into the rock that it was hard to follow its outlines, but Nora ripped down some hanging vegetation and exposed an old-fashioned mechanical keypad with buttons.
"The code was Rodney O'Connell's birth date,"
Corrie said.
"April 3, 1986.
Nora watched as Corrie keyed in 4386. Nothing. She tried 431986. Still nothing. Then she punched in 04031986. At the press of the last number, this time Nora heard a muffled click. Corrie heaved against the door with her shoulder, with no result.
"Maybe it swings outward,"
said Nora. Feeling around the edges of the door, Nora discovered a small handle, also camouflaged. She gave the door a pull, and with a screech of metal, it opened an inch.
"Let's clear this stuff away,"
Corrie said. They stomped down some baby trees and shoved snow away with their boots, clearing an area for the door to open. They heaved again. The door opened 6 more inches with another screech, then stopped.
"Let's tie a rope to that handle so we can both pull,"
Corrie said. Nora returned to the snowmobile and grabbed a length of rope, picking up their 2 packs at the same time. She looped the rope through the handle, then they each took an end and pulled. With a final screech of protest, the door opened wide and they stumbled backward. A black passageway revealed itself, exhaling a warmish, dead-smelling air. "Oh, Jesus," said Nora, backing up and waving a hand before her nose. "You bring a canary with you?" "I've got a candle lantern," said Corrie, "and a carbon monoxide alarm I took from my apartment." "Good thinking." The open door had a spring to it, which wanted to pull it shut, so Nora took the rope and tied its free ends to a stout tree. Then, to make sure, she pried a rock from the cut nearby and wedged it in place so that the door, if it somehow slid free of the rope, could not swing fully shut. They donned their packs and put on headlamps. Corrie took out her candle lantern, lit it, and hooked the CO detector on the back of her pack. They stood a moment on the threshold. The beams of their headlamps stabbed into the darkness ahead. The corridor looked to Nora as if it went on endlessly, straight into the mountain, a featureless tunnel of concrete, like the path to some golem's lair. She took a step forward, but Corrie placed a hand on her shoulder. "Me first, okay?" "Be my guest." Corrie stepped inside and Nora followed. She turned and, raising her light, saw another keypad on the inside of the door. "I wonder," she began. "You wonder if there's a different code to get out than to get in?" Corrie finished the sentence for her. "Yes. And you're also wondering if, maybe, O'Connell didn't have that second code." Nora looked at Corrie's face, pallid in the artificial light. "Exactly." 51. As Corrie moved farther and farther down the passage, she began to feel like a character from some dreadful Twilight Zone episode, trapped in an endless tunnel of concrete, destined to walk down it forever and ever. It was featureless, stained here and there by water, but free of cracks even after 3/4 of a century. The air, while stale, was warm and moist. The candle kept burning brightly, and the CO detector didn't go off. From time to time, she glanced back down the corridor. The light of the exit dwindled into a tiny dot of light, and soon vanished completely. Feeling warm, she partially unzipped her monosuit. "When is this going to end?" she whispered to Nora. "God knows. If the bunker is on the far side of the range, this tunnel might go all the way through the mountain." "Must have cost a fortune to build," Corrie whispered. "Why are we whispering?" Nora answered, with a short laugh. "There's no one here." Corrie snorted. "You're right. Only the dead, maybe." "You really think we're going to find the body?" Nora asked. "Yes, and along with it, the real solution to the mystery." Ahead now, a door became barely discernible in the beams of their lights. As they approached, it seemed almost to materialize out of the darkness. A gleaming mahogany door with a polished brass knob of the kind that might grace an elegant mansion, weirdly out of place in this concrete rat hole. Corrie reached out and grasped the handle, hoping to God it wasn't locked. The handle turned almost effortlessly. The door made a squeaking sound as she eased it open, sounding uncannily like a small animal being hurt. Corrie took a step forward, then halted in amazement. Their lights revealed an elegant marble hallway, its walls lined with gilded mirrors. A large crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling, refracting their headlamp beams and casting rainbowed flecks of light in all directions. The corridor ran perhaps 30 feet before ending in a T. On the far wall of the T stood a niche with a plinth that had apparently once contained a statue, now empty. There were additional plinths on either side of the corridor that were similarly empty, along with blank rectangles on the walls between the mirrors, where paintings had evidently hung. Dust lay on every surface, and motes drifted in the beams of light. "Looks like they emptied the joint when they shut it down," said Corrie. "This must have been quite a place." "Fit for a president," said Nora. They left the door open and moved to the end of the hallway. A perpendicular corridor, also decorated with marble and chandeliers, led both left and right. Elegant doors lined either side, and gilt-covered benches, upholstered in red brocade, stood at intervals against the walls. "It's the White House!" Corrie exclaimed. "I was thinking the same thing," said Nora. "Just like pictures I've seen of the White House, only smaller. So the president would feel at home, I guess." Corrie picked the right-hand corridor. "Let's try this one first." This corridor had 3 doors on both sides, all shut, and ended in another empty niche. Corrie stopped at the first door on the left, grasped the knob, then opened it. A small shower of dust settled onto their shoulders. The lights revealed a small sitting room with gilded chairs, brocaded sofas, an antique sideboard, and at the far end, an upturned tea table and 2 chairs that appeared to have been deliberately broken up, the legs and arms removed and stacked nearby. Strewn on the floor were pieces of a china teapot and some broken cups. "Rats?" Corrie asked. "No sign of rats," said Nora, "or any animals, and rats don't break up chairs like that." They both fell silent and retreated back into the main corridor. Corrie opened the next door, revealing what appeared to be a dining room. This, too, had been trashed. The chandelier had fallen from the ceiling onto the table, splitting it in 2. Shattered china plates and wine glasses lay scattered on the carpeted floor. Once again, the chairs had been broken into pieces, arms and legs and fragments of gilded wood lying everywhere. The sumptuous wallpaper was peeling and dangling off the walls, and in some areas it looked as if it had been deliberately stripped off and taken away. "This looks more like vandalism than furniture removal," Nora observed. Corrie said nothing. They shut the door and proceeded to the third and last room on the left side of the hall. It was a small annex, ending in an archway that opened onto a kitchen. "Jesus, what a disaster," said Nora. The kitchen looked as if a cyclone had come through. All the cupboards had been thrown open, drawers pulled out, knives, silverware, pots and pans scattered across the floor, along with a single tin of food, its top cut open. An old bulbous refrigerator had been thrown to the floor, where it lay open and vacant. Corrie felt an unpleasant creeping sensation in her gut. "It looks like somebody searched this in a great rush," said Nora, "or maybe in a panic." "Yeah," said Corrie, as if desperate for food. She bent down and picked up the tin can. Peas. She dropped it with a clatter and looked around for more. But there was nothing. No other sign of food, no cans, flour sacks, or tins. Nothing beyond the single can of peas. A small pantry lay beyond, but it was empty. "But when they got there, the cupboard was bare," Nora murmured. "When they shut the place down, they clearly took every last bit of food and perishable items. Missed a can, it seems, and all those mirrors. But that's it." She took a deep breath. The more they explored, the more she was formulating a mental picture of what must have happened here 15 years before. They returned to the hall and opened the door directly across. It gave onto a living room, spacious and grand. Unlike the kitchen and dining room, it was in a decent state of preservation, with no broken chairs or vandalized wallpaper. A marble fireplace stood against the far wall, and a sofa had been pulled up close to it. "Looks like somebody used that sofa for a bed," said Nora quietly. Corrie shone her light on it. 2 pillows had been propped against the sofa's arm, and 2 blankets lay crumpled nearby, one on the sofa itself and the other on the floor next to it. Her eye moved to the fireplace. On the hearth, she could see the remains of a fire, made with partially burned pieces of gilded furniture. Chair legs and arms evidently wrenched from the broken chairs in the dining room. Next to the fireplace was a stack of chair legs and arms, ready to feed the fire. On the opposite side of the living room, Corrie could see a set of closed double doors. "Let's try those," she whispered. They walked across the thickly carpeted room and opened the matching doors. Another whisper of hinges. As Corrie swept her light around, she saw this was obviously the master bedroom. A king-sized bed dominated the center of the far wall. The bed looked as if designed in a past century, with a tall frame and gossamer silk curtains drawn closed. On either side stood small tables, and opposite was a small secretary desk of polished wood with a closed hutch. 2 closed doors were in the back. The walls were painted in light blue with white trim, and the floor was carpeted in dark blue with a yellow design. Corrie stared at the bed with its drawn curtains, then glanced at Nora. She hesitated. Nora nodded encouragement. "It's your show," she said. With trepidation, Corrie walked over to the silk curtain, grasped the material, and began to draw it back. But even as she touched the rotten material, it dissolved in her hands, parting along the warp and generating a cloud of particles and bits of drifting thread, dazzling in the light beam. It took a moment for Corrie to pull herself together and examine the scene. A man lay on the bed, hands folded across his breast, looking more like a corpse laid out for viewing than a person who, it seemed, died in an agony of hunger or thirst. His face was desiccated, the eyes sunken, lips dried and drawn away from even, white teeth. The mummification did little to hide numerous signs of starvation. The skin drawn tight across the bones of the face, the body shrunken, the clothes sagging and loose on the limbs. The fingers of his hands were entwined on his breast, shriveled to dried vanilla beans. His neck looked impossibly skinny. He could not have been older than 20 or 30, and the body issued no smell beyond a faint and not unpleasant scent of dust. On the bed, next to the man's right hip, lay a journal and pencil, and on the other side was a camera. 52. For a long time, Corrie simply stared. She seemed unable to pull her gaze from those withered fingers, interlinked with each other. It was as if the man, and it had to be Rodney O'Connell, had meticulously laid himself out for death, which, of course, was exactly what he had done. So her long-gestating speculation had proved right. Victim 9 of the Dead Mountain tragedy had made it to the bunker, gotten locked in, and then died. How long would it have taken? Without water, she knew that death by dehydration would take less than a week. Death by starvation took much longer, 40 days perhaps. "Poor guy," said Nora, echoing Corrie's thoughts. "What a way to go." Corrie tried to sort through her emotions. Anguish at the pathetic figure in the bed, mingled with vindication, repulsion, sorrow. "You were right," Nora said. Corrie nodded. She reached out for the journal. "Are you sure you should touch anything?" Nora asked. "Shouldn't we leave it as is?" Corrie hesitated. "Normally, I'd say yes. But if I don't read what's in that journal, and do it right now, I may never see it again.
They'll cover all this up. You know they will. You see that pencil? Corrie pointed at the bed. He was writing in that journal, probably right up to his death. She lowered her voice. I want to know what really happened. I need to know, even if it's just for myself. She reached out and carefully picked up the journal, then held it under her headlight. It was a small volume, with a tooled leather cover and a leather thong to hold it shut. The thong was broken, the leather of the cover rubbed and worn. She slipped a finger under the cover and opened it. In carefully drawn letters, the title page read, Monzano Expedition Journal, being an account of 10 fearless mountaineers who ventured into the wilderness October 27 to blank 2008. Corrie stared. Was this a mistake? 10 mountaineers? Not 9? She kept reading. To which we have each solemnly affixed our respective John Hancocks: Alex DiGregorio, Henry Gardner, Luke Hightower, Andrew Marchenko, Lynn Martinez, Michael Mastrolano, Rodney O'Connell, Paul Tolland Jr., Amanda Van Gelder, Gordon Wright. Corrie stared at the first name on the list. DiGregorio? What the hell? DiGregorio, the wealthy roommate of the knife owner, he'd been on the expedition? If that was true, it meant he'd been the only survivor. Yet he had told no one he was there, including her. For some reason, he'd hid the fact of his participation, covered it up. But what was he covering up? And why? Are you all right? Nora asked. Corrie pointed. You see this name? Who's Alex DiGregorio? He was Matthew H. Tanner's roommate, MHT, the initials engraved on the knife. I'm not following. I'm not following it myself. I'm not following it at all. She grasped the journal, as if willing it to speak. There were only 9 on the expedition. At least that's what everybody always thought. But look, here, there's a 10th name, Alex DiGregorio. She opened the journal, flipped through the pages. The handwriting changed from entry to entry, as different members of the expedition wrote their own additions. References to Alex DiGregorio were sprinkled throughout. There was no mistaking that he'd been on the expedition. But why had he kept it a secret all this time? Had he been too traumatized, or afraid perhaps of being the only survivor, thrust into the limelight? Or had he kept silent out of guilt? Abandonment of his expedition mates, cowardice, committing an offense against them, or worse. Impatiently, she skipped ahead, turning pages until she reached one dated October 31. Holding the book with trembling hands, Corrie began to read aloud. October 31, 10 a.m. Andy writing. Happy Halloween. We're getting an early start, hoping to beat the weather. Good luck with that. The plan is to camp early, batten down the hatches, break out the Everclear, mix us up some instant daiquiris, and have a little party. The weather outside may be frightful, but we'll be snug in our tent. Okay, we're off. Ciao. Below that journal entry, Andy, that would be Andrew Marchenko, had drawn a group of stick figures hiking on a mountaintop with heavy packs. Corrie moved to the next entry. 4 p.m., Amanda here. We decided to camp even earlier than planned. Alex was really insistent about it. The snow started falling around 1, and now it's coming down like crazy, and the wind is picking up. Andy thinks we maybe went off our route a bit coming up to Laya Peak, but we found a good campsite in the wind shadow of the ridge, where the snow's deep enough to hollow out a good cavity for protection. We set up the tent in record time, as the blizzard intensified. We'll figure out where we are tomorrow when the snow clears. It's blowing like a banshee, the tent's rattling and snapping like crazy, but it's staked down well, and we're cozy as can be." This was followed by ordinary descriptions of firing up the stove, cooking dinner, and, for some reason, sharing a diligently copied recipe for Mrs. Van Gelder's famous meatloaf. Corrie skipped over these entries. 6 p.m., Amanda again. Alex talked us out of the daiquiri party. The storm is really howling, and he said it would be a bad idea to get buzzed and maybe have a tough time handling some unexpected shit, like the tent ripping, or an avalanche. Luke, self-proclaimed avalanche guru, says there's no chance of an avalanche because the slope's too gentle, and we're close to the top of the ridge anyway. But Alex's advice made sense. To make amends for laying down the law, he brewed up some amazing rainforest hot chocolate for all of us. Now we're cooking dinner. Mountain House freeze-dried chicken tetrazzini. Yum. Not. I thought the storm was raging before, but now it's really kicking ass. That entry ended on the top half of a right-hand page, and the rest was left blank. Corrie flipped to the next page and was taken aback. The writing looked crabbed and agitated, wandering all over the page, with numerous crossings out and words written over each other. "Thank God for the fire. Comforting. At least I'm alive. The voices are fading. I think. At least they're going deeper into my head. It's like that cliché, the nightmare that never ends. It hit me so hard. I have a tough time even remembering what it was like to be free of the voices, those terrible images. Hallucinations, I guess. I'm pretty sure it was Alex. The fucker's probably dead now. The others, too, or at least some of them. I don't know. I wish I could remember. It's like my memory is a shattered mirror, shards heaped up reflecting different things. No way to put them back together. No way to know what was real and what was not. That son of a bitch, what was he thinking? Calm down. Right. Okay, I'm going to put what I know into the journal as best I can. I think my hands are frostbitten in addition to my toes because I'm warmer now, but it's really painful and hard to write. So it all began with the explosion. That happened around 6:30 p.m., half an hour or so after we all drank Alex's cocoa. I was boiling water for the freeze-dried pouches when we heard the sound. The sound! 53. Sam Puller checked his watch. Almost 2. The sun had long vanished behind a layer of dark clouds that had moved in from the east, and a dull pewter light lay over the mountains. The storm seemed to be approaching faster than expected. Figures. "You worried about those FBI agents?" Jo called from the kitchen, washing her rollers in the sink. "Damn right I am," Puller replied. "I wonder what the heck they were looking for out there in the knot." Jo came into the living room, drying her hands on a towel. "Quite the mystery." "Maybe it's something to do with that lost gold mine they claim is hereabouts somewhere," said Puller. "But that wouldn't explain the hurry." Jo snorted. "Every mountain range in New Mexico supposedly has a lost gold mine. I just hope they know what they're doing. The older one with the hazel eyes, she looked like she knew something about the mountains. The younger one, what was her name? She didn't seem quite so experienced." "Agent Swanson," said Sam Puller. "Right. I knew it made me think of TV dinners." "Maybe it has something to do with that case they opened up again, those dead hikers." "You know, that's probably it," said Jo. She paused. "So what should we do if they don't come back?" "If I don't see them by 4:30,
I'm going to take the cat out and follow their trail."
This brought a look of apprehension to Joe's face.
They should have waited till after the storm.
A chime rang in the kitchen, indicating a vehicle had come through the gate. Puller stuck his head out the front door of the lodge and saw a black Hummer approaching slowly.
"Looks like we got some more feds."
Thank heavens for that. Let them look after their own.
Puller went outside and waited while the vehicle drew up. It stopped next to him and the smoked passenger side windows slid down.
"Howdy,"
said Puller to the men inside.
"You with those 2 FBI gals that came through here a while ago?"
"Sure are," said the driver. "Where'd they go? We're worried about them."
"I am too. They hauled their snow machine to the end of the road and headed over into the knot."
"The knot," said the man.
"Right. When was this?"
"About 1 o'clock. You going after them?"
"We hope to. You're going to need a snow machine. We were hoping we might rent some of yours."
"Rent? Hell no. I'd be glad to let the FBI borrow them.
Over there in the garage, second bay, 2 of them, all gassed up and ready to go. I keep them in tip-top shape."
He hesitated, glancing at the 2 men in the front and 3 in the back. None were properly dressed.
"There's a rack of monosuits there, too. You know how to drive a snow machine?"
"Absolutely," the driver said with a friendly smile.
"Is there anyone else on the premises?"
No, just my better half, Joe.
He nodded toward the house.
"Thank you so much, Mr. Puller, Sam Puller. Supervisory Special Agent Sharp. And these are agents from the Albuquerque field office, assisting in the investigation. Good to meet you, Sam, and thanks for supporting law enforcement."
The driver reached over his companion and stuck out his hand, and Puller shook it.
"Oh, I'm sorry," said the agent named Sharp. "I realize I haven't shown you any identification." "No need," Puller said.
But the man was already reaching under the dashboard. His hand came up holding a gun. The last thing Puller heard, to his vast astonishment, was the sound of the point-blank shot into his face. 4 men jumped out of the Hummer. 1 pair grabbed the body of Puller, rolled it up in a plastic tarp, and threw it in the back. The other 2 ran into the lodge. A moment later, there were 2 shots in rapid succession, and not long after, the 2 men came back out carrying another body wrapped in plastic, which they also heaved into the rear. The man with the gun had stayed in the driver's seat. He now leaned out the window.
"Make sure the entrance gate is closed and locked."
"Yes, Dr. DiGregorio," said one of the men. DiGregorio pulled the Hummer over to the multi-car garage on the far side of the plowed reception area. Everyone exited the vehicle. 1 pulled up the door of the second bay, revealing 2 snowmobiles with half a dozen monosuits and helmets hanging on a nearby wall. DiGregorio pulled down a suit for himself and gestured for the others to do the same.
"Let's move,"
he said, yanking himself into the suit. 54. Even before that, though, we'd started to feel seriously weird, high-like. Not the usual high like weed or alcohol. At first I thought maybe shrooms. I knew something was fucked up with the way my brain was processing the world, but I couldn't put my finger on it. I thought it was just me. Then Amanda said, "Is anyone else feeling strange?" We all started talking. We did feel weird. More than weird. The tent was shaking from the wind, and I kept feeling like I was being sucked up into a storm, tugged by an invisible hand, like Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz. Then we heard a strange whining sound somewhere in the distance. It got louder really fast, incredibly fast, until it was just roaring, totally drowning out the storm. I thought maybe it was a big plane, flying low. It sounded so close, like it was going to crash into the tent. But then it passed overhead and, just as the roaring began to fade, there was a huge flash of light. It was like a monstrous flashbulb going off. Just light, no sound. I thought it might be me, hallucinating. But then a gigantic explosion lifted the whole tent off the ground before dropping it down again, and a howling wind pressed down the roof so hard I thought the tent was a goner. I swear I still don't know what was real and what was just some fucked up vision. It was so weird. Everything seemed to happen in sequence, not all at once, like real life. There was the noise, the light, the wind, one after the other. And after the wind died away, I could hear a whole bunch of explosions, like giant cannons, echoing again and again through the mountains. Despite what Luke said, I thought for a while maybe it was some kind of freak avalanche, but it wasn't anything natural. It went on and on and on. All of us were feeling weird and really scared. All that otherworldly shit, the sounds and the lights and the explosion, it triggered something. I can't speak for the others. Most of them were screaming and yelling nonsense anyway. But I was suddenly, absolutely stricken with terror. At this point, right after the explosion, the hallucinations just crashed in. They weren't like peyote or acid, not even on the worst trip you could imagine. My mind went to a dark place full of voices. Family, friends, even the dead. I heard my grandma haranguing me, and strange voices, too, all talking at once. At the same time, it felt like, I don't like to think about it, let alone try to explain, like my body was being turned inside out. The organs were clinging to the outside, my skin rolling up on the inside, like a glove. For a long time after the explosion, everyone was crouching in terror. Amanda finally said, "Someone look outside." Alex and I were the only ones fully dressed. I moved a bit, and my organs came back together and my body closed up. I figured maybe the moving helped. So I looked out. The storm was fierce as shit, but through it I could see a huge glow. Out there floating in the darkness and whirling snow, a weird color, an incredible color, like a deep orange. I thought I was freaking out again, but someone else saw it too. I could hear someone yelling, "UFO, UFO!" Paul was the first to totally lose it and freak out. I think it was the voices. He was hearing them too. They made him paranoid, maybe, or something worse. He grabbed the cooking knife and started waving it around, talking gibberish, accusing us of something incoherent. Gordy persuaded him to put it away, and we huddled in the tent, freaked out by everything that had happened, but most of all by that strange glow. Everything else had gone away, but the glow stayed. Then Andy went crazy. He started shrieking, pulling out his hair. I saw his scalp tear and the blood run down his face. He was punching himself, scratching himself. It was awful. But watching it made the weird shit in my head grow a little quieter, for a time. Alex was the only one not freaking out. I can remember now that he wasn't acting crazy. He was worried. He tried to calm us down, promising it would pass, telling us to write it out. We'd be fine in the morning. Up until that point, I'd been trying to keep it together. Despite the sounds and the wind and the weird fucking light and the organs hanging outside my body, I'd been able to maintain some shred of normal consciousness. But it was sometime around here I lost even that. All I have from that time are broken impressions. Except one memory. I don't know what to call it. So I'll call it the alien. That sounds crazy, and I'm not saying it was actually an alien, and I was high on some terrible shit, but that's how it seemed at the time. It's the one clear memory I have from that time, and I don't think it was a hallucination. It happened like this. Outside, over the storm, we heard a sound, like a bear growling. And then the tent flap was thrown back, and the alien was in the doorway. We all saw it. That much I know. 7 feet tall, all white, covered in skin wrinkled like an elephant, giant arms and no face, just an oval that looked like wet ice. It expanded and contracted, bulging, maybe breathing. After a moment, it stepped inside and reached for us with its gigantic wrinkled arm. Paul started screaming and scrambled back. He grabbed the knife again and slashed at the tent. Everyone panicked. Others began following him, ripping and tearing. My body had turned inside out again, and I was having trouble telling nightmare from reality. But I could see bodies, my friends, screaming and forcing their way out, falling down in the snow, struggling, while the alien tried to grab them. Only Alex wasn't screaming. He was shouting at us, telling us not to run, trying to get us to stop, but nobody was listening. I was fully dressed because I'd been cooking in the vestibule. Alex was too. He'd just been outside to take a piss around the time of the explosion. Wright had put on his boots to see what just happened outside the tent, but most of the rest had taken off their jackets and boots and were wrapped up in their sleeping bags. Nobody hesitated. Nobody listened to anyone. They all just ran off into the night, wearing whatever they had on. I guess I was running too, because I have flashes of staggering through the snow, running from the tent, the weird glow, Like I said, my memories from that time don't even deserve to be called fragments. But I've been trying to put them in order. We reached the tree line. Somebody yelled that we had to start a fire. We stumbled around trying to collect wood, and somebody climbed a tree to break dead branches for dry wood. But the fire wasn't enough. Those with the least clothes were crowding around, practically sticking their limbs in the flames, setting their hair on fire, anything to keep warm. I could smell them burning. Andy and Michael died first. Then Hank started taking off his clothes, stripping down naked. But there was no Alex. At least, none of the shards of memory I've collected have him in them. Maybe the brutal cold or some sense of self-preservation broke through my insanity, because around that time, I remembered the bunker. I had told everyone about it earlier. Not where it was or the code, but the weirdness of it being there. I had enough sense then to tell the others that we could go there, find shelter, to follow me. That's what I seem to recall had happened. It's the only reason they would have followed me. I'm not sure how many were left. 5, I think, not counting me and Alex. But after a few minutes, Amanda stopped and said she was going to lie down, and we tried to pull her up, but she was raving. So we abandoned her. Then Lynn and I think Luke halted. They said they were going to build a snow cave. We kept going, me, Paul, and Gordy. I know that for sure. It was Paul and Gordy. Then we found a cave, a real cave. Sheer luck. No need to search for the bunker. We crawled in. I was going to build a fire. Maybe by that point I was a little less crazy than the others. The shards of memory aren't so broken, so full of nightmare images. I went out, trying to collect wood, ignoring the voices in my head. Dead trees had fallen in the ravine. There was lots of wood. I was climbing back in when I saw Paul had gone crazy. He'd brought along the cooking knife and he had it out, screaming, "Shut up," at Gordy, attacking him. Gordy had crawled into the back of the cave, trying to get away, and Paul just kept stabbing him while he screamed. I dropped the wood and tried to stop him, but he slashed at me. He killed Gordy, his best friend, right in front of me. Stabbed him to death in a blood frenzy. His best friend. Paul was totally insane, cutting, whacking, stabbing, all the while shrieking out, "Shut up, shut up, shut up." I must have figured I was next. Anyway, I took off. I went north. Thank God I was fully dressed. As I ran from that tent, I'd managed to grab my pack with my compass, map, and camera. Instinct. I headed north, struggling. You can't believe how hard it was. Hours went by, I think. Then the storm began to clear. My head started to clear a little more too, just enough to do what was necessary. The moon was 3/4 full. I could see without my headlamp. I finally hit the Kirtland fence, followed it to the southeast corner. I found the bunker entrance where my dad said it would be. The code worked. I went inside. I fell down and cried with relief. And now I'm here. It's not cold, thank God. I found the presidential suite. It must be morning by now, but I'm too exhausted to move, and anyway, I don't trust myself yet. My hand hurts from writing. I'll deal with things in the morning. Good morning, if it is morning. God knows how long I slept. One thing I don't have in my pack is a watch. I'm feeling almost normal again, except that I woke up with a raging thirst. First thing, water. Then finish the story. Back in my lair, I found a kitchen, turned on the taps. Nothing. Nothing in the refrigerator, nothing in the pantry. No food, no water. Not a problem, I thought. I can collect snow. I retraced my path to the bunker door and punched in the code. Nothing. I tried again and again. That's when I realized there must be a different code to get out. I spent an hour punching in variations on my birthday, my father's, my mother's, my grandparents', and addresses of where we'd lived, famous dates of history, anything my father might have thought of. Nothing. Meanwhile, fragments of memory were starting to come back. Not just the nightmare mindfuck I'd gone through, but real memories, too. At least, I think they're real. I'm afraid they're real. I started thinking about Alex. He was the only one who didn't go crazy, get all fucked up. It was when the rest of us ran off, scared to death. Only then did he start to panic. He loved daiquiris. Why the cocoa? Why the fucking cocoa? He'd bragged more than once about what a good pharmaceutical engineer he was, how he'd formulated a psychoactive drug and tested it on himself. I remember him getting mad when my roommate and I just laughed and teased him for trying to be the new Albert Hoffman, the guy who discovered LSD. What a bullshit artist. He made us that cocoa, so solicitous about it. Jesus, was Alex testing something on us? Did he drug us? My thirst is so bad I'm having trouble thinking clearly. It's a funny thing. When you're thirsty, you don't get hungry. Right now, I'm not hungry at all, even though I probably haven't eaten for more than a day. I'm going to search this place top to bottom. There's got to be something here. Got to be. Okay, first round a failure. At least I found the tunnel leading to the front door of the bunker. It's got to be a mile long at least. Man, this bunker is deep. The front door is like the back one, only larger. Painted steel with a keypad. Once again, I tried 1,000 possible combinations. I banged on the door. No one came. I found a length of metal pipe and pounded on the door. No one came. There's weird stuff abandoned in here, like a grand piano. But no food or water. My headlamp was getting dim. I can't let it go out. Otherwise, fire would be my only source of light. So I came back and lit a fire in the fireplace and turned off the headlamp. I'm going to save it for an emergency. At least I have a lighter and a canister of waterproof matches, and there's plenty of wood around here. But I've got to do something about the thirst. Later, I slept for a while, and when I woke up, the fire had gone out. My thirst was just awful. I had to find water. So I made some firebrands out of chair legs, string, and toilet paper from the bathrooms. No water in the toilets. I searched the kitchen again. Thank God. Behind a broken pantry shelf, I found a can of peas in water. I opened it and drank the water and ate the peas. Need more. But the peas gave me hope. I searched every last nook and cranny of that kitchen and pantry, then the closets, storage areas, tunnels, everything. There has to be a cache of supplies somewhere, but I can't find it. Back in the kitchen, I tried all the taps. I traced the water pipes and turned on all the cocks. I even excavated into the stucco of the walls to get at the main water pipes and punctured them. Dry as a bone. I'm now sitting on the sofa in the living room, in front of the fire, writing. 3 days have passed, maybe 4? The drug has completely worn off. I've gone back over this and corrected stuff that I scrawled earlier, half out of my mind, and tried to make a narrative that's somewhat cohesive. If I don't find water soon, I'll get too weak even to search. I wonder, could I really die in this place? Rescue parties will find the tent. And then what? There won't be a trail leading away. Not with that blizzard. And what about the explosion? The alien? Paul murdering Gordy. I'm sure I can separate the hallucinations from the reality. At least, I think I'm sure. Christ, I'm so thirsty. 55. Corrie came to the end of a page. She stopped reading and glanced over at Nora. The archaeologist looked stricken. How awful, she said. Do you want me to keep reading? There's not much more. Nora nodded. Corrie went back to the journal. The writing had increasingly deteriorated into a scrawl. 6 days? 7? Lost all track of time. Calm down. Write. Chronicle. Someone will read this. Headlamp dead. No water. I never imagined how awful it could be without. You can't think, can't sleep, no longer human, just a monstrous, craving thirst beast. Tongue is cracked, bleeding, eyelids sticking. Drank piss. Alex did this. Some experiment. Everything else must be hallucinations. Crash, murder, explosion, light. Tried keypad till fingers bled. Journal plus camera equals proof. Develop film. Once again, the rest of the page was blank. Corrie turned one page and then another to find a final, terrible scrawl. Don't die in dark. Light fire before. Too weak. The rest of the journal was blank. They stood in silence at the bedside, the desiccated corpse lying peacefully in the tomb it had arranged for itself. "What an end," said Nora, choking with emotion. "Oh my God." Corrie felt sick, but her mind was racing ahead on its own. "It all fits together," she said. "Alex DiGregorio was a graduate student at NMIT, a pharmaceutical engineer. And that's what pharmaceutical engineers do. Design drugs." Corrie nodded. "That's where he made his fortune, close to $1 billion. Looks like he was messing around and, after trying an experimental drug on himself, tested it out on some friends, and it all went very wrong. Reckless at best, mass murder at worst. That's why he lied to me. Covered up his presence on the expedition." Corrie closed the journal and laid it down on the bed. "And the alien?" Nora asked. "Probably some guy in a radiation suit," said Corrie. "We know a bomb was jettisoned to prevent a plane crash. Search parties were sent out for retrieval and cover-up. Meanwhile, those 9 students were tripping out of their minds, thanks to DiGregorio's experiment." "The shock of the explosion," Nora said, "must have made their hallucinations worse. And then somebody in a radiation suit appeared, freaking them out to such a degree they lost their minds." Nora paused. "But who was the guy in the suit? And why wasn't it reported?" Good questions, Corrie thought. One possible answer that came to her mind also tied up another loose thread. "I think," Corrie said slowly, "it was Cheap in the suit." "Cheap?" Nora asked. "How so?" "He got a commendation for something he did on that night. Maybe it was for being on the team that found the bomb location. He was one of the searchers. He came across the tent." "So why didn't he report it?" "I'm not sure, but it also might explain where he got the money for the Tesla and why he was murdered. After all, DiGregorio was the only sane one, and he didn't run off like the others." "He and Cheap must have had some sort of interaction," Nora said. "There at the tent. Cheap knew DiGregorio was on the expedition. When the Dead Mountain case was revived, Cheap probably decided to cash in. Back then, DiGregorio had no money, but now he was rich." Corrie nodded. "That's it. Cheap got greedy, tried to blackmail DiGregorio, and got killed for his trouble." "It certainly looks that way," Nora said. "But here's the real question. What now?" What now, indeed? Corrie felt conflicted. They'd solved the Dead Mountain case for real. It wasn't just an accidental bomb drop, but something much more. Negligent homicide, if not actual murder. They'd found the guilty party. A powerful pharmaceutical entrepreneur come philanthropist, and, it seemed likely, killer. Given this new slant, the government couldn't just suppress the whole thing. Could it? She finally spoke. "I'll lay it all out for Sharp and Garcia. Give them the camera and journal, and then we'll wait to see what happens. Nora, they'll have to do something. They can't let a killer like DiGregorio just go free." "But what if they don't do anything?" said Nora. "It's hard to imagine the guys who classified this just suddenly getting all transparent. What if they keep their boot on the case and deep six the camera and journal?" Corrie shook her head. She had no answer. At least, not yet. Suddenly, Nora held up her hand. "Did you hear that?" she whispered. Corrie listened intently. At first, she heard nothing. And then she heard a distant, familiar sound. A squealing, like a small animal in pain, that she'd first heard when they opened the main door into the presidential suite. They stood, frozen in place. Faint sounds, magnified and distorted by the tunnels, reached them at the edge of audibility. Low voices, a muffled footfall. "Someone's in here," Corrie whispered. 56. They remained immobile by the bedside, scarcely daring to breathe. Immediately, Corrie's mind turned to Sharp. He was the only one who could have deduced she would be there in the bunker. She considered calling out, revealing her presence. But then again, it might also be military personnel from Kirtland. Sealed off or not, maybe the bunker was still alarmed, and they'd set it off. She and Nora exchanged glances, saying nothing. Then Corrie heard another faint creak. A door in the hallway was being cautiously opened. She slipped the headlamp off her head and snapped it off. Nora followed suit. Abruptly, they were plunged into absolute darkness. In the ensuing silence, Corrie heard, or thought she heard, a faint clink of jostling in the kitchen. Nora leaned close to her ear. "We need to get out of here," she whispered. They had to be able to see. Holding the headlamp in her cupped hand, Corrie turned it back on, allowing a mere sliver of light to escape between her fingers. She put the journal in her pack, while Nora picked up the camera and draped it around her neck. They waited, listening. And then another creak. Whoever was in the bunker had opened another door in the hall. Instinctively, she placed a hand on her sidearm, reassured by its cold solidity. Touching Nora, she pointed toward the doors in the back of the bedroom suite they had not yet examined. One of them might just serve as their exit. But first, she had to determine who had come into this maze of passageways. Using the sliver of light as a guide, Corrie crept along the wall until she reached the door that led back into the living room. She flattened herself against the frame and then, shielding the light completely, peered around. At first, the room appeared to be empty, but as she stared into the blackness, she saw a faint gleam. A slim beam of red light played around in the hall outside the living room door. A moment later, a dim figure appeared in the doorway. It was a big man, not Sharp. He was dressed in unusual camo that no FBI agent or military team would use. These weren't FBI, and they weren't military. Who could it be? Di Gregorio? It didn't seem possible. Di Gregorio was in Indonesia. Or was he? How could he be up here? But he was the one person who had everything to protect, and he knew about the bunker and the journal that would incriminate him. They had left an easy-to-follow snowmobile trail. If his role in the expedition came out, his life would be over. He had every reason to stop them. The figure moved cautiously into the room, shining the pencil light to and fro. Another figure followed him. Both had military-style Colt 45s at the ready. They moved like professionals, mercenaries, or hired soldiers, intent on searching every possible hiding place. Quietly, Corrie moved away from the living room and into the bedroom, being careful to keep her light low and out of the door's line of sight. She gestured Nora to follow her toward the closed door in the rear of the bedroom. Soundlessly crossing the deep pile rug, they reached the door. Corrie grasped the knob. Ever so slowly, she began to open it. The faintest creaking sigh broke the stillness, and she froze. But there was no reaction in the hallway. The door, to Corrie's dismay, led into a large walk-in closet hung with a scattering of musty suits, coats, and other clothes. All the pockets had been turned inside out, obviously by O'Connell. She momentarily considered using the closet to hide, but then dismissed the idea. It would be the first place they'd search. Quelling a wave of despair, she stepped back from the door, signaling Nora to follow. There was one more closed door to its right, bigger than the closet door. They had to move quickly now. She could hear movement in the living room, furniture being pushed aside. They would enter the bedroom at any moment. The large door opened smoothly, thank God, and she saw, with a surge of relief, that it led onto a corridor. They quickly slipped through. Then Corrie eased the door shut and turned on her headlamp. They tiptoed down the corridor to a vestibule with two doors set opposite each other. Corrie opened one, probing the space beyond with her light. It was a salon turned into storage. She could make out an old grand piano, several folding screens, boxes of bric-a-brac, filing cabinets, many overturned in disarray in what had clearly been O'Connell's desperate attempt to find water. At the far end of the room was another door. Shutting the door to the corridor, the two moved past the piano and through the maze of filing cabinets and overturned boxes to the far door. It was unlocked and exposed, yet another empty tunnel, this one curving sharply to the left. 50 yards on, as they rounded the curve, the tunnel ended in another door. Nora stopped. "Any idea who's in here?" "I think it's Di Gregorio's men." "Shit." A moment of silence. "Look," Nora continued at a whisper, "we need a plan. We can't just keep going through doors and taking tunnels at random. If we want to get out of here, the only thing to do is outflank them, get around behind, and then go out the way we came in." "Good idea, but I'm totally lost." "Really?" Nora shook her head. "Me too." "That leaves us only one option. Keep going until we find the exit." Corrie grasped the knob, turned it, and eased the door open a crack. To her surprise, the door opened into an elegant space, clearly still part of the presidential suite. As she peered out, she guessed they had entered a room somewhere on the left-hand corridor, the one they hadn't taken initially. This might help them get past the searchers. Cupping her light again, Corrie slipped through the room and to the door opening onto the main hallway of the suite. She could see down the mirrored corridor a distant reddish glow coming from an open door, which she realized must be the bedroom area where the men were still searching. They had come around in a circle. Nora poked her shoulder, then pointed across the corridor to a door that was plainer than the others. With the palm of one hand, she mimed a large, gentle turn to the left. Immediately, Corrie understood. Nora, with a keener sense of direction, was indicating that the door might just lead back in the direction of the exit tunnel, completing a circuit of the presidential complex. They scurried across to the door and Corrie opened it.
"Hey! There they are!"
a voice cried from the hallway beyond. A red beam, held by a man at the far end of the corridor, spotlighted them. "Son of a bitch!" Corrie backed up, almost stumbling in her hurry, and slammed the door. "Run!" They ran, backtracking across the hall and into the curved tunnel. They heard the door crash open behind them, followed by pounding footsteps and shouted voices, echoing strangely through the confined spaces. They burst into the room with the piano, ran past the litter of papers and boxes, then out into the vestibule beyond. Opposite them was another door, which Corrie opened and dived through, Nora following close behind. The thudding footsteps of their pursuers were growing closer.
"Stop!" one of them called. "We're not going to hurt you."
Beyond the door was a small screening room with seats, a sloped floor, and a stage. They ran down the center aisle and onto the stage. Suddenly, gunfire, shatteringly loud after the whispers and patter of feet, echoed through the chamber, the rounds smacking the proscenium above them and spraying plaster dust and chips. Corrie yanked Nora behind a nearby curtain, pulled her 9mm SIG, ducked back out, and fired 2 rounds at their pursuers. "That'll slow those motherfuckers," she said. Behind the stage was a dark, narrow space with open doors leading into a green room, a dressing room, and a hallway that led off into gloom, arcing back in the direction they'd just run from. Not exactly the way out they were looking for. Corrie turned to face the stage, gun extended, ready to make a stand. She could hear thudding footfalls and raspy breathing. The noise abruptly stopped on the far side of the curtain.
"We're not going to hurt you. We just want to talk," said a voice.
Neither Corrie nor Nora said anything.
"You have the camera, right? And the journal? Give us those and we'll let you go."
"Fuck you!" Corrie aimed and fired through the curtain. But as the echo died away, she heard Nora cry out a warning from behind, turned instinctively back toward the dim passage, and felt a massive blow to her head, followed by a loud buzzing sound. Then nothing. 57. Corrie swam back into consciousness. Her head pounded with every beat of her heart. Although it was dim, she became aware of people in the room around her, shapes moving, an angry voice. As her vision stabilized, she recognized the antlers, table, and gigantic stone fireplace of the day room of Rancho Benito, the place where Sam Puller had given them coffee and advice. She tried to move, realized she was duct-taped to a chair. Through the lodge windows, she could see a leaden dusk with snow swirling past. She looked around, keeping her head upright to help steady the whirling sensation. She saw Nora, also taped to a chair, on the opposite side of the table. There were several men in the room, all armed.
"Hey, doctor,"
came a voice from behind.
"She's awake."
She tried to turn her head, but a sudden pain stopped her. She closed her eyes, tried to steady herself. She and Nora had been captured. They were back in the lodge. Where were the Pullers?
"Open your eyes."
She opened them. The figure of a man loomed in front of her. He tapped her face with his fingers.
"Hey, wake up."
He gave her a slightly harder slap. She tried to focus on his face. Now he slapped her hard, sending pain shooting through her head.
"Hey!"
Instead of spinning her back into a sickening dizziness, the pain and rough handling helped clear her head. She concentrated on the face in front of her. Hollow, prominent cheekbones, thin lips, narrow eyes. Early 40s. She didn't recognize the face, but the voice was familiar. Corrie realized it was Alex DiGregorio, whom she'd spoken to on the phone.
"What?"
she mumbled.
"Pull yourself together,"
he said.
"We've got business."
Another slap.
"Paying attention now?"
Corrie stared at him. "It's all in the journal," she managed to say. You did it."
"You mean this?"
The man held up the scuffed leather journal, tossed it on the table.
"Where's the camera?"
Corrie glanced over at Nora. She was awake and staring back at her. Her mouth had been taped so she couldn't speak, but her eyes were wide. She could now see that, in addition to herself, Corrie, and DiGregorio, there were a total of 4 other men in the room, looking back at her with grim faces.
"Where are the Pullers?"
she asked. DiGregorio glanced over to the doorway to the kitchen. Corrie followed his gaze and saw a heavy spattering of blood across the doorframe, congealing into a large pool on the floor. Sickened and aghast, she turned back to him.
"You killed them?"
He leaned closer to her.
"I want the camera. Where is it?"
Corrie stared at him in confusion. Then she looked at Nora. She remembered the archaeologist slinging the camera around her neck. Or did she? It wasn't around her neck now. Her pack was lying on the floor, open, contents strewn about. Where was the camera?
"No idea,"
said Corrie. At this, DiGregorio struck her across the cheek so hard it wrenched her head around and caused her vision to momentarily falter. She gasped, drawing in air, as the throbbing slowly diminished. DiGregorio removed a gun from his waistband and pushed the cold steel muzzle into her ear. A couple of the other men moved closer.
"Where's the camera?"
"I'm not lying. I really don't know." Another blow. As she recovered her senses, she heard DiGregorio's voice, as if at a distance.
"Next time, it'll be a bullet in the knee."
Corrie fought to keep the whirling sensation from coming back.
"What?"
she stammered.
"What was the drug you gave them?"
At this, DiGregorio looked alarmed.
"What? Does the FBI know about that?"
Corrie didn't answer. He slapped her, hard.
"Talk to me, bitch."
"Tell me what the drug was," said Corrie, "and I'll answer some questions."
He looked at her.
"So that's how it's going to be."
He suddenly grinned.
"Why not?"
With that statement, Corrie understood clearly that they both were going to be killed. Meanwhile, DiGregorio pulled up a seat and sat down beside her.
"I was working on a new antidepressant, not an SSRI, but a completely new drug, based on the venom of the desert toad, Bufo alvarius. I synthesized a version of it that seemed to work fine on lab rats. I tested it on myself multiple times, and there were no side effects, except for tachyphylaxis, diminishing returns to you unanointed. It had incredible potential. Almost a third of the population is resistant to all antidepressants, including myself. I needed to test it for possible side effects on a larger sample, and I didn't have a few $100 million for clinical trials. So I joined that expedition at the last minute and decided to test it on them. It was exactly the controlled, experimental setup required. Isolated subjects with no way to interact with the outside world. I knew Lynn and Mike had issues with depression. Most graduate students do. I had tweaked the formulation to counteract the tachyphylaxis. Amazing how such a tiny change could trigger such alarming results. You know, the human mind is a great deal closer to the brink of madness than you ever imagined. They all suffered far worse negative effects, bad trips, as it were, from the new formulation than I'd expected. Paranoia, panic, hallucinations, even psychosis. He paused, shaking his head. Even so, if it hadn't been for that bomb drop, and Cheap arriving in a clown suit, nothing bad would have happened. Nobody would have died. It was the fault of that clumsy bastard, Cheap, bursting into the tent like that, yelling at them to leave. They were so high, so freaked out, he must have looked like an alien in his radiation gear. He could have stayed mum, and they still would have run, cutting their way out of the tent and running away practically in their birthday suits.
But you weren't freaked out. You realized what had really happened.
He wanted to apprehend me and bring me in. I was forced to explain to the dumb shit that when the brass learned he'd blundered into the tent and sent everyone scattering to their deaths, it would look as bad for him as it did for me.
And so you killed him.
DiGregorio scoffed.
Years passed. I got rich. When Gordy and Paul were found, Cheap had the bright idea he could shake me down after all this time. It was his fault that they ran. And the military, I didn't ask them to drop a bomb in our laps.
His fault? The military's fault? You were using your friends as guinea pigs.
He leaned in.
Let me tell you something. The company I founded developed that drug into impremazole. It's the most effective antidepressant ever formulated. It's helped millions of people."
Corrie was amazed to hear a surge of pride in his voice. He gently screwed the muzzle back into her ear.
"I'm sorry for what happened to them. I truly am. But it wasn't my fault. Enough useless chatter. Where's the camera?"
At this, Corrie heard a muffled sound and saw that Nora was struggling, trying to talk.
"Take the gag off that bitch."
From the angry tone, Corrie sensed Nora had already pissed him off somehow. One of the men tore off the duct tape. Nora gasped and took a couple of breaths.
"She doesn't know where the camera is. I do." "Fine. Where?" "I hid it someplace."
He stared at her.
"You hid it?" "The camera contains proof you were on the expedition. If it ever comes to light, you're fucked."
DiGregorio ground the muzzle of the gun into Corrie's ear.
"Well, it just so happens I've got a simple solution to that. Tell me where it is, or I'll blow your girlfriend's brains all over the wall." "She's no girlfriend of mine, but that doesn't matter. If you kill her, I'll never tell, and you'll have to kill me too." "Okay, fine. Tell me where it is, and I'll let you walk. Both of you."
"You're going to kill us anyway," Corrie said. "We know that, which means you've got no leverage." She felt the barrel of the gun move from her ear to her knee.
"I've got as many bullets as she has joints,"
DiGregorio said, still looking at Nora.
"Wait," said Nora. "Look, before you— No more talk," DiGregorio shouted angrily. "I want the camera. What did you do with it?" "I'll tell you, just don't shoot her. Count of 3. 1.
Corrie felt the barrel press into her kneecap.
2. "Don't," said Nora. "I'll tell you where it is. It's hidden in the bunker. I'll take you there." "Tell me where." "You have to promise not to shoot her." "I promise."
Nora hesitated just a moment.
"In the grand piano."
DiGregorio raised the gun from Corrie's knee to her head.
"No need to kneecap you now. Happy trails."
Corrie managed to quickly close her eyes on the world just as she heard the boom of the gun. 58. Nora watched in horror as Corrie lurched backward in her chair. At almost precisely the same moment, DiGregorio spun around, gun flying from his hand. A split second later, the lodge door burst open and a fusillade of shots rang out. 2 figures rushed in, moving so fast in the stormy darkness that Nora could not immediately locate them. They fired fast and furiously, catching DiGregorio's mercenaries completely by surprise. 2 were struck with bullets before they could even draw their weapons, and the other 2 were gunned down as they were trying to get off a shot. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, it was all over. DiGregorio and his men lay sprawled across the floor and draped over the leather furniture, some motionless, others groaning or coughing up blood. The 2 who had burst in, Nora saw with something like disbelief, were Sheriff Watts and Agent Sharp. The sheriff holstered his 6 guns as they were still smoking and rushed over to Corrie, who was lying on her side, still taped to the chair. He pulled out a knife to cut her free and then, grasping her body gently in his arms, laid her out on the nearby rug. There was blood on her head, and the wooden back of the chair had been pierced and splintered by the bullet. Meanwhile, Sharp cut Nora free. With a cry, she dashed over to where Corrie lay. Watts was cradling her head and inspecting the wound. He pulled a bandana out of his pocket and gently wiped at her temple.
"It's just a graze," he said. "Thank God."
Heart pounding, Nora knelt beside him.
"I thought she was dead."
DiGregorio must have been hit an instant before he'd squeezed his trigger, Nora thought. The round had only grazed Corrie's temple before going through the back of the wooden chair. Now Corrie's eyes fluttered and opened. She stared up at Watts. Homer? What are you doing here?
Everything's good, and the bad guys are dead. Thank God you're okay.
Watts looked so hugely relieved, so enormously thankful that Corrie was alive, that tears started running down his face. Nora suddenly realized he's in love with Corrie. Bad guys? What bad guys?
We'll talk about it later, Watts said. You're okay. The wound is superficial.
I'm wounded? Corrie raised a palm and touched her head, then looked at the blood on her fingers. Oh, shit.
You seem to have a slight concussion, Watts told her. We're going to get you to the hospital, okay? Ambulances are on the way.
Sharp, in his turn, knelt beside Corrie on the other side.
Agent Swanson?
Corrie looked at him, surprised once again. You here too? God, I feel like Dorothy waking up from the dream. What's going on?
When I couldn't get you or Dr. Kelly on the phone, I guessed you might have come up here looking for that bunker, especially after signing out an all-terrain Jeep. That's when he called me, Watts said. I knew about this lodge. Seemed logical that you'd use this place as a trailhead. Agent Sharp verified that by calling the lodge caretaker, and he'd said you'd just come through.
Corrie winced. Okay, now it's starting to come back. She took a deep breath. The caretakers? Sharp's face creased.
I'm sorry. Dead. When we got up here, he continued, we found the gate locked. So we went in on foot and saw a vehicle by the garage. Not yours. 2 dead bodies were in the back. So we crept up to the lodge, using the storm for cover, saw and heard what was going on inside, and rushed in.
Just in time, said Nora.
I'm afraid that's all too true. Watts is damned fast with a 6-gun. It was his shot that saved Corrie. Hell yes, said Watts. You remembering things now, Corrie?
It's all coming back, Corrie said, and Nora could see her face was clearing. She looked at Sharp. Sir, there was more to this than just the bomb accident. Sharp nodded.
Yes.
It's all there, said Corrie, pointing to the journal lying where Di Gregorio had tossed it. There's also a camera, said Nora, with undeveloped film containing important evidence. It's in the bunker, inside a grand piano, where I hid it while we were running from these goons. I put it there hoping to buy us some leverage if those bastards caught us. For a moment, all was quiet. Then Corrie turned to Sharp. What's going to happen now? He returned her gaze but said nothing. We're going to go public with this, right? This can't be suppressed. The bloodbath up here. Di Gregorio's crimes. Cheap's murder. The truth, finally, about the Dead Mountain case. Sharp said nothing for a long moment. When he finally spoke, it was slow and gravelly.
It's not up to you.
His gaze swept Corrie and Nora in turn, and he lowered his voice.
Nor to me.
59.
All rise.
Once again, the judge entered the courtroom, more lugubrious than ever, hiked up his robes, sat down behind the bench, and called the courtroom to order. Skip sat once again in the dock, miserable and scared, and worse than ever after 4 days of waiting. His suit more wrinkled, his hair sticking out. Nora was exhausted. She ached all over, and she felt like she'd slept no more than 4 hours in the last 4 days. But she couldn't miss this last session of her brother's trial, and her opportunity to testify. The jury, on the other hand, was alert and refreshed from the weekend, and the spectators section was once again full. Lightfeather had explained to Nora that unless something freakish happened, Today, Monday, would be the last day of the trial, and Skip's fate would be determined. The prosecution had decided not to call their surprise witness from the fight at Galena's Peak after all. Lightfeather told Nora he'd learned that the fight had broken out over an impolite nickname of Holly's, one that the sheriff decided he didn't want to make public. Deputy Baca, Lightfeather went on, would be the last witness to testify for the prosecution, and then they'd have an opportunity to cross-examine. After that, Lightfeather would mount Skip's defense. He was planning to call 2 witnesses, Nora and Tenorio. He was not going to call Skip, as he had concluded, rightly so in Nora's opinion, that Skip would not testify well. As the court settled in, the judge called on the DA to continue the prosecution's presentation. Skousen stood up.
I would like to call as our final witness Deputy Sheriff Raymond Baca.
Baca entered the courtroom in uniform, immaculate, badge gleaming with a fresh polish, black hair combed back. He took the witness stand and was sworn in. Nora glanced at Holly, sitting at the DA's table. He had a satisfied smile on his face. Skousen strolled over to the witness stand. He had an unhurried manner, studied or not, and greeted Baca.
Deputy Sheriff, how are you today?
Baca nodded.
Your answers, said Skousen in an affable tone, should always be spoken, so our court reporter can be sure to get them down on paper.
I'm fine, said Baca curtly.
Excellent. This should not take long. Now, I'd like to direct your memory back to the events of the afternoon of November 5. I understand you were guarding the recently discovered cave site when some people arrived. Could you tell us about that?
Yes, sir. The defendant there, Skip Kelly, his sister, Nora Kelly, and another fellow arrived around 2 p.m. Mr. Tenorio arrived at the same time in another vehicle.
And you know them from before?
I knew them, yes, from a previous visit to the cave.
And what happened next?
They told me they were going to remove the 2 Indian bodies. I said I'd better check with the sheriff first, but they ignored me and went ahead with the digging.
And you checked with the sheriff?
Yes, it took a while because I had to get into my vehicle and drive partway down the mountain to get service. I called and the sheriff said he was coming right up.
And then what happened?
The sheriff arrived about an hour and a half later, just as they were taking out the first of the 2 in a body bag.
And who was they?
The defendant, Skip Kelly, and his sister, Nora. I was waiting for the sheriff in the parking area. When he arrived, we started down the trail to the cave. That's when we encountered them coming up carrying the body.
And then?
Sheriff Hawley informed them that the bones were government property. When they ignored him, he tried to stop them from carrying the body bag to their van.
And then?
It seemed to Nora that Baca's face had darkened slightly. He hesitated.
What happened then, Sheriff Baca?
The prosecutor urged. The sheriff blocked their path and told them to put down the bones.
Can you describe for us that exact scene? It will help the jury form an accurate picture in their minds. I assume someone was carrying the bag in front and another from behind?
Yes, Skip Kelly was in front and Nora Kelly was behind. Nora almost rose from her seat. She managed to stop herself, then turned to Lightfeather.
"That's a lie," she whispered. "I was the one in front."
Lightfeather laid a restraining finger on her forearm.
"Just listen. Don't react. Please, go on, Deputy Baca,"
Skousen said. So, when the sheriff blocked the path, Skip said something like, "Get out of our way."
"To whom?"
"Sheriff Hawley." Nora felt the blood flush to her face. The lying had started in earnest. She couldn't believe how this man, a sworn officer of the law, could lie so brazenly, in front of a judge, a jury, not to mention those watching who knew the truth.
And then, the sheriff repeated the order to put down the body. He said it was federal property.
Baca took a deep breath, and the rest all came out in a rush.
Nora Kelly said something about NAGPRA law and how she was working for Isleta Pueblo. The sheriff repeated that the bones were federal property and she was engaged in theft. Then Skip Kelly started yelling about how this was a sacred Native American burial. He insulted the sheriff. He was, angry, and when the sheriff wouldn't move out of his way, he dropped the handle of the body bag, seized the sheriff by the shoulders, catching him off guard, and violently threw him to the ground. Then he bolted. I ran after him, apprehended him. The defendant tried to hide his phone, but I took it from him. I cuffed him and read him his rights.
And the sheriff?
He was on the ground, stunned. The ground was covered with sharp rocks. Anyway, after Sheriff Hawley had recovered enough to function, we took the defendant in handcuffs to the police vehicle and drove off.
And the sister, Nora Kelly, what did she do?
She was hysterical, screaming, followed us to the parking area until we drove away.
At any time during this confrontation, did the sheriff touch or make any other contact with Nora Kelly?
Never.
Did Nora Kelly fall down?
Yes, she tripped as she was running up the path after us.
Did the defendant, Skip Kelly, take video or pictures at any time?
No.
Why did you confiscate the phone?
Because he was trying to hide it in what I deemed a suspicious manner.
Were the contents of the phone examined?
Yes, we got a warrant.
And what did you find?
Incriminating evidence.
What sort of evidence?
Pictures of the defendant, his sister, and the two others with them engaged in illegally excavating the Indian burials.
So confiscation of the phone was justified from an evidentiary point of view, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Nora, forbidden by Lightfeather from reacting, had kept her eyes riveted on Baca. Now that he'd unloaded all his lies, which she was certain he'd carefully rehearsed, the dark color of his face lightened somewhat, and he exhaled, deflating like a balloon. The DA took a folder from his table.
I'd like to enter these photographs taken from the defendant's phone into evidence. Mr. Baca, I want to thank you for your testimony and your service to this county and this country. I have no more questions.
It was Lightfeather's turn. He waited until Skousen had seated himself. Then he rose to his feet, picking up a book from his table as he did so. A small book Nora hadn't noticed before.
Permission to cross-examine the witness, Your Honor. Please proceed.
He strode up to the witness stand and stood directly in front of Baca. His movements had suddenly grown a shade more aggressive than before, and he leaned in toward the deputy closer than seemed appropriate. He stared wordlessly until Baca began to squirm, and then he spoke.
Deputy Sheriff Baca, did you take an oath before God to tell the truth before you took the stand?
Immediately, Skousen was up.
Objection! We all saw him take the oath. Sustained,
said the judge. Lightfeather held up the little book, which Nora now saw was a Bible.
Do you recognize this book? Objection!
Cried Skousen, on his feet again.
Irrelevant. Sustained, said the judge again.
Lightfeather plowed on.
Deputy, do you consider yourself a Christian? Are you familiar with the 10 Commandments? One in particular seems important, perhaps life-altering at the present moment. Thou shalt not bear false,
but Skousen was back on his feet.
Objection! Mr. Lightfeather is badgering the witness. Your Honor, can you please instruct defense counsel to confine his questions to the facts at hand? The witness's religious views have nothing to do with the matter.
The judge turned a stern eye on Lightfeather.
Mr. Lightfeather, I'm sustaining the objection. I would note it is the third such objection in a row I have sustained. You, sir, are out of line. One more irrelevant question like that, and I will hold you in contempt of court. Is that clear? Yes, Your Honor. Proceed.
Lightfeather, seemingly shaken up by this, tried to compose himself, smoothing down his suit, running a hand over his hair. He took an inordinately long time, while the agitated Baca clasped and unclasped his hands. Nora glanced again at Hawley. The bastard was still sitting there, a smug smile of contentment creasing his meatball face. Then Lightfeather's head snapped up. Mr. Baca, sir, I have only one more question, but it is an important one. Your truthful answer to this question will determine the fate of this young man, Elwyn Kelly. But I want you to realize something else. Your answer, as recorded in the greatest court of all, will bear on the fate of another person's immortal soul. Skousen leapt up, furious.
Objection! Objection! Your Honor, this is harassment, pure and simple. The defense is using these insinuations to threaten the witness.
The judge banged his gavel.
Sustained. Mr. Lightfeather, I'm now holding you in contempt of court and fining you $1,000.
Bang went the gavel again.
Now ask your final questions, sir, with no more commentary, and be done with it.
He turned to the jury.
You will disregard the entire line of Mr. Lightfeather's previous questioning.
Lightfeather looked at Baca for a long time.
My question is direct. It's simple, and it's profound. Mr. Baca, have you told us the truth?
There was a long silence. Baca was still wringing his hands and seemed unable to speak. The deputy's obvious anguish and his apparent inability to answer the question transfixed the courtroom. The tension in the room swiftly increased as Baca's silence went on. Skip had lost his hopeless, resigned expression and was staring at the deputy. Nora herself could hardly breathe. Hawley was no longer smiling.
Mr. Baca, the judge urged, the court is awaiting your answer. No, said Baca at last. You mean no in what way, exactly, Mr. Baca?
Lightfeather asked gently.
I mean, no, I haven't told the truth. Would you like to take this opportunity to clear your conscience before God and tell the truth, here and now, in this court of law? Objection! Objection!
Skousen rose in another fury.
More threats and harassment, Your Honor. Objection overruled, said the judge. The witness appears to have something to say, and it is this court's duty to hear it.
Baca was breathing hard. He struggled to get himself under control.
Nora Kelly was in front,
he began in a low, monotonal voice.
She was carrying the body. The brother was behind. The sheriff blocked her way. The brother started videotaping with his phone, and the sheriff lunged at him, knocking down the sister in the process. What the hell?
Hawley erupted, springing to his feet.
Baca, what are you doing? Mr. Hawley.
The judge banged his gavel.
Sit down, sir, and cease disrupting the proceedings. Baca, you little prick.
Bang, bang went the gavel.
"Sit down this instant, or I will have you removed from this court, sir," the judge said.
The sheriff continued standing and staring at Baca, swaying slightly, while the deputy stared back, his face a mask of anguish, sweating profusely.
"Sit down, sir," the judge thundered.
The sheriff sat down and then muttered, in a voice loud enough to be heard across the courtroom,
"You'll pay for this, Baca. I will not tolerate further disruption from you in my court," said the judge. "Bailiffs, remove Mr. Hawley from the courtroom."
2 bailiffs rose and came over to Hawley, positioning themselves on either side. Hawley was trembling all over, and his face was dark red. They tried to take his arms, but he shrugged them off with a curse.
"I'll walk on my own," he said.
They escorted him from the room, the sheriff turning his head and glaring balefully at Baca on the witness stand up until the moment the courtroom's doors closed behind him.
"Mr. Lightfeather," said the judge, "you may continue questioning the witness." "Thank you, Your Honor."
He turned to Baca.
"Now, I believe you were telling us the sheriff knocked down Nora Kelly, the defendant's sister. Is that correct?" "Objection!" cried Skousen. "This witness is totally unreliable. He's lying. He's confusing the jury. I call for a mistrial." "Overruled. May I remind you, Mr. Skousen, that you called this witness, not the defense. There are no grounds for a mistrial. Mr. Baca, please continue with your answer to the question." "Yes, sir," said Baca, his voice quavering. "She hit the ground pretty hard. That's when the defendant grabbed and pushed down the sheriff."
His voice began to grow louder, more certain.
"Also, the defendant didn't run off. The sheriff took his phone, and we arrested him. When we got back to the car, we locked him in the back. Then the sheriff erased the video as we were driving out." "What about the testimony you gave earlier?" said Lightfeather. "Where did that come from?" "The sheriff coached me on what to say, how the story should play out."
An electric silence fell in the courtroom.
"Thank you, Deputy Baca," said Lightfeather. "No further questions."
Skousen jumped up.
"Permission to examine the witness again, Your Honor? You may do so."
Skousen turned and approached Baca.
"So, Mr. Baca, it seems the jury has heard 2 different stories from you today. Are you now telling us that the first story was a lie?" "Yes." "In other words, you are a self-admitted liar." "I guess so." "If that is the case, as a confessed liar, how do you expect the jury to believe this second story? Why not tell them a third story, or a fourth?" "All I can say is, I'm sorry for having lied, but now I've told the truth." "I see, and having lied once, having confessed to doing so, you now expect us to believe you?" "I hope so." "And I assume you also hope the jury should believe your word over that of Sheriff Hawley, the trusted, honored, and duly elected sheriff of this community these past 20 years, who is a hero to everyone in Torrance County." "He's no hero to me."
Skousen's voice dripped with mock incredulity.
"So you dare claim that the sheriff, who took a bullet in the line of duty, is not a hero?"
Skousen's obvious contempt seemed to stiffen Baca's spine.
"I think he's a bully."
Infuriated, Skousen swiveled to the bench.
"Your Honor, I object to the slandering of Sheriff Hawley's good name. I ask that you sanction the witness for making such a statement."
The judge returned Scouson's furious look with a weary one of his own.
Your objection is overruled. The witness's statement of bullying is explanatory to his motive for committing perjury before this court.
He paused.
Do you have further questions for the witness?
This response seemed to render Scouson almost speechless.
No. No, Your Honor. Mr. Baca, you are excused from the witness stand.
Baca climbed down and stiffly made his way out of the courtroom. Scouson, after a moment of pure paralysis, finally mumbled to no one in particular that he was resting the people's case. The judge called on Lightfeather to present his defense. Lightfeather stood up.
I call Nora Kelly as a witness.
Nora went up to the stand. She sat down, took the oath, and stated her name.
Dr. Kelly, Lightfeather said, you heard Deputy Baca's testimony, both the first testimony and the second, which contradicted the first. Which is true?
The first was a lie. The second is the truth.
You saw your brother making the video?
Yes.
The sheriff knocked you down trying to stop him.
Yes, he hit me like a linebacker.
The sheriff testified that the ground was dangerously hard and stony, correct? So you might have been seriously injured.
Yes.
Were you, in fact, injured?
No. Actually, yes, I was. I got a scratch and a bruise, very similar to the injuries that sent the sheriff rushing to the emergency room. This elicited a flurry of titters from the audience.
Your brother then grabbed the sheriff and threw him down?
He sort of checked him with his shoulder and pushed him down.
Why?
I believe he was trying to protect me.
What happened to the phone?
The sheriff got up and confiscated it.
So the sheriff wasn't lying on the ground, stunned, as has been asserted.
No, he jumped right up.
When the phone was returned to you several days later, was the video your brother took still on it?
No, it was gone.
Did Skip try to run away when the sheriff apprehended him?
No.
Did he resist arrest in any way?
No, he cooperated fully.
No further questions,
said Lightfeather.
The defense rests.
Nora returned to her seat, glancing over at the jury with apprehension. It was clear they were astonished by what had just transpired. But what were they thinking? Scouson gave a thunderous summation that focused on the heroism of Holly and the lying, craven, prevaricating, unreliable, compromised nature of his deputy, Baca. In contrast, Lightfeather's summation was calm, quiet, and so brief it lasted less than 5 minutes. He reminded the jury of Baca's testimony, asked them to consider which of the two stories they believed, and requested they decide Skip's fate accordingly, as was their duty under the law. The judge then charged the jury, and they filed out of the courtroom. At that point, the judge called for a break. He seemed to expect a quick verdict. And he was not wrong. 20 minutes later, before Nora had even been able to finish the lousy cup of coffee she'd ordered in the courthouse cafeteria, the jury came back in and declared Skip not guilty on all counts. Epilogue. Corrie had slept late, as she always did on vacation. What made this particular vacation unusual, however, was that she woke to find a cappuccino on the bedside table and a copy of the Albuquerque Journal propped next to it. She saw the headline and sat bolt upright, suddenly wide awake. Homer Watts was lying stretched out on a divan at the far side of their yurt, legs crossed, grinning. Sunlight was streaming in a window that looked out over Abiquiu Lake and the red buttes of Ghost Ranch. Corrie looked back at the paper, then seized it and read, astonished. The headlines screamed in an almost tabloid fashion. Accidental nuke drop revealed. Dead Mountain mystery solved. Pharma whiz gravely wounded in shootout with FBI, arrested for murder. Holy shit, said Corrie. It was all there, everything, attributed to a confidential and highly placed source, backed up by documentation independently confirmed by the Journal to be legitimate. Somebody had spilled the beans. There was a comprehensive description of the entire story, with all its twists and turns, the emergency jettisoning of a bomb to avoid a crash, the clandestine drug experiment on the hikers, their hallucinatory, panicked flight after encountering a searcher in a hazmat suit, how they died, the discovery of the Journal, along with a sidebar about an earlier cover-up that destroyed the career of the previous chief investigator, Robertson Gold. The commander of Kirtland AFB had been asked for comment and, while issuing a statement in obvious consternation about violation of classified information, had not exactly denied anything. SAC Garcia of the Albuquerque FO had refused all comment, as had Supervisory Special Agent Sharp, in charge of the Dead Mountain case. Nora Kelly of the Santa Fe Archaeological Institute, who had played a key role, was away with her brother in Marblehead, Massachusetts, and could not be reached by press time. Socorro County Sheriff Homer Watts and Special Agent Corinne Swanson, also deeply involved in the case, were unable to be reached for comment. Corrie grabbed her phone and looked at it. Nothing. Of course, they were off-grid. She turned and stared at Watts. "Did you know about this?" Watts was laughing. "I swear I didn't. I got up early and went to Bode's to get us some breakfast burritos and saw the headline. I just about fell over." Corrie continued to read, amazed. There were related stories as well, one involving the murder of Cheap, another covering a statement from Melody Ann O'Connell of the Monzano Families Memorial Association, insisting the whole thing was just another cover-up and that the Boston Project was clearly to blame. "My God," Corrie said, continuing to read the various stories that dominated the entire front section of the paper. "It's all here. Documents, pictures, everything. Who did this?" "The very question I asked myself." Watts laughed again, hands behind his head, apparently as amused as hell. Corrie looked at him. This was the guy who had the skill and nerve to take out Di Gregorio a split second before he would have put a bullet in her head. The man who'd saved her life. Movie star handsome, his amber eyes crinkling with amusement, and all hers. How lucky was she? Life was strange indeed. After all this time she'd spent worrying about what Watts thought of her, what she should do, how she should act, what their professional relationship should be. He'd invited her to spend 4 days with him in a yurt in the middle of nowhere. Without thinking, without needing to think, she'd said yes. "Who did this indeed?" Watts was saying. "You don't need to be Sherlock Holmes to use the process of elimination. Could it have been Garcia?" "No way," said Corrie. "He's too by the book." "You? Don't be funny." "Nora?" "Impossible." "O'Hara or Bellamy?" "No. One's too straight, and the other too dumb. They didn't have access to all this information anyway." "Director Rayburn?" "No way. He ordered the quashing to begin with." "Sheriff Hawley?" This, of course, was a joke. The sheriff had been indicted for perjury, obstruction of justice, and witness tampering. He'd been forced to resign, with worse apparently to come. Ha ha, good old one Bolly? Can't be him. What a dumbass. At this, Watts said,
"Who's left?"
Suddenly, Corrie caught her breath. Not Sharp. Watts merely grinned. No, said Corrie. No way.
"When you have eliminated the impossible," Watts quoted, "whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. It was you who taught me that line."
Corrie thought about it. Sharp? The more she pondered it, the more she realized he must have done it. Nothing else made sense. He had access to everything. He was in charge of the case. More to the point, she'd never seen him so disgusted and angry as when the case was suppressed. He'd been appalled and furious all over again when, less than 24 hours after the shootout at the lodge, the case was quashed again. The orders came down. Everything that had happened in the Manzanos, the bunker discovery, the journal, the camera, the murders of the caretakers, Di Gregorio's involvement, the exchange of gunfire, would be classified to the max on direct orders from on high. Everything they'd done, all they had discovered, would be deep-sixed to protect the Air Force from embarrassment. When Corrie learned that, she thought Sharp might resign. But instead, after initially expressing anger, he'd gone as calm and lethargic as ever and ordered her to take a 2-week break. Instead of resigning, she realized, Sharp must have played the role of Deep Throat. And come to think of it, wasn't the original Deep Throat, the guy who'd exposed Watergate, also an FBI agent? She felt a sudden surge of pride in the FBI. Despite everything, the working agents of the Bureau had displayed patriotism and integrity. Wow, she said. You're right. It's gotta be Sharp.
"He's a good man. Took real balls to do this."
But, you know, there's going to be an investigation of who leaked this, said Corrie. I'll be one of the suspects. So will you. So will Sharp. It could get ugly. They'll figure out it was him.
"No," said Watts. "He's got more guts than you could hang on a fence. Smart, too, despite that lizard in the sun act. There's no slack in his rope. If he did this, you can bet he did it with the utmost care. They might suspect him, but they won't prove anything."
He got off the divan, came over, and sat down on the bed.
"But you know what, Corrie? I'm pretty sure things are going to go in a different direction altogether. There'll be an investigation, just not of the FBI."
What do you mean?
Why take blame when you can take credit? That's what the FBI will do. Take credit, as they should. You'll all get commendations, including Sharp. And if anybody gets investigated, it will be the Air Force. I mean, they messed up. Although it's probably old enough now that nobody will actually get punished. But the FBI, you all kicked ass. You in particular. They're going to make you a hero.
Corrie stared at him. You really think so? He leaned over her and kissed her.
I do. You are a hero.
So are you. You saved my life. He kissed her again. Corrie said, Sheriff Watts?
Yes.
Are we on federal land?
Technically, yes.
That puts me in command.
Huh?
He grinned.
Are you gonna invoke the Hobbs Act on me, Agent Swanson?
Not exactly. Take off that shirt. He took off his shirt. And the pants. That's in order, mister. He took off the pants. Now, everything else. He obeyed. I'd tell you to present arms, but it appears that command won't be necessary. Get in this bed, Sheriff. On the double.
Immediately, Agent Swanson.
And he slipped in beside her. This has been a Hachette audio production of Dead Mountain, a Nora Kelly novel. Written by Douglas Preston and Lincoln Child. Read by Cynthia Farrell. Produced by Michelle McGonigal. Engineered by Rich Phyllis. Post-production by Patrick Smith. Quality control by John Colucci. Dead Mountain is also available in print and as an ebook from Grand Central Publishing, a division of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2023 by Splendide Mendax Inc. and Lincoln Child. Audio production copyright 2023 Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Hachette Book Group supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading, and distribution of this audiobook without permission is a theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the audiobook, other than for review purposes, please contact permissions at hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.